Hello, everybody, and welcome to Virtually Expo 2020. I'm Warren, and this is Justin, and we're going to be on the main stage over the course of this weekend. We're going to take you around the expo, show you a lot of the stuff that's on, and we also have a few interviews lined up with some of the creators and board game companies out there, just so you can see what they're up to. We're joined by the directors of UK Games Expo, Tony and Richard. Hey, Tony and Richard. Welcome to your virtual expo, guys.
Yes, well, thanks for welcoming us in, and hiya, Richard. How you doing?
Not too bad. Yeah.
This is the weirdest thing ever. We're running an expo, and we're 30 miles apart.
Yep.
Just like...
So, guys, Richard, obviously 2020, strange year. We've went from zero to hero in a very short amount of time. How has this virtual expo come together?
It's been remarkable, really, the sort of speed, particularly the last 2 or 3 weeks, but that's escalated over that time period. It sort of started off with an idea 10 weeks ago, and there was an awful lot of scratching of heads and how the heck do we do this thing? And gradually it's sort of come together and ideas came to be, and now suddenly we've got a show with all the elements that we would have, we hope, near enough the real show. So we've got exhibitors, we've got role-playing games, we've got tournaments, we've got new games, there's playtest things, there's panels and workshops, and there's Vikings and cosplayers and lots of family activities and the treasure hunt even.
Yeah.
So we try to cram in everything we could think of cramming in from the real show. And we've pretty well achieved that, with the one obvious exception.
Yes. Somebody did ask about the bring and buy, and I said, well, that may be a stretch too far, and I think eBay's got it covered.
Yeah, probably.
Pretty much, guys, pretty much.
So, guys, there's 900 odd events that is going to take place over the course of this weekend. Now, Tony, the key here is, this is not just about exhibitors and the likes. We want people to connect with one another.
Yeah, I mean, when Richard, and it was Richard who suggested a Virtually Expo, he did have to drag me tooth and nail to the table. I thought it was a poor idea. I thought, this is how are we going to get it done in time? We didn't want to do something that was just a mess and, didn't work. But I think key to it, after all of that, I mean, dig down and had a chat a bit. The real thing was when we do the real expo, the physical show, it's the getting together, it's the meeting with people, it's those relationships, it's the meeting new people. A few years ago, Warren, we didn't know you from hole in the ground, and now it's great to see you and work with you.
Yeah.
And that's the same with the whole OnTableTop group. And we didn't want to have something where you're just clicking buttons and sat at home and feeling bad about and thinking this isn't the thing. We want people to connect. Yeah. We want people, this weekend, if you do nothing else, get in a game, board game, role-playing game, John Robinson's The Dark Room, Nightmare, and connect with somebody. Say hello, do something with somebody you haven't met before, because you know what? That's what it's about. And this COVID-19 is isolating people over, and this is an opportunity this weekend to not be isolated. Yeah. Don't be on your own.
Definitely agree with that. Definitely.
Come together with a community that loves the stuff you love and play. Do something. Connect.
All over the weekend, guys, we will be showing you how you can do that, how you can join the Discord server. There's a ton of Discord servers that you can join, including an OnTableTop Cult of Games one as well. So we'll take you through that, because, as Tony says, our mission this weekend is to connect us all, is to bring us together as a huge, and in this case, global family of gamers, and get us to enjoy the stuff that we love. Tony, there's an awards this year as well, so it may be virtual, but we're still doing the awards.
Oh, yes. So the awards are there that we've run over the years. Again, this was a Richard idea back in the day. If there's one thing he's good about, it's coming up with ideas people have to implement. And we do these awards, and they've become a respected and fun part of the expo. The judges' awards have all been done, and trophies done. We're ready to present those on Sunday. But there's a people's choice. This is where you get to pick from the shortlist in 16 categories. So come to the website this weekend and vote for your favourite games. And throughout the weekend on the Toot Suite stage, Millie and the team there will be drawing people who voted for an award, and you can get free Asmodee digital codes for games as well. So not only vote for your favourite games, but perhaps get a prize as well.
Awesome.
Very cool.
And Richard, finally, there's an opportunity for people to collect virtual badges by unlocking activities and things like that during the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And this wasn't my idea. This was very much Tony and Tom, our coders, putting their heads together and coming up with ideas here. But the badge idea is things you can achieve, lots and lots of things all around the show. The idea of this is to try and drive people to the areas of the show that you would go round. So go and take demos. You get badges for that. Visit the sponsor stands. Go and sort of go into the cosplay area. Go to the Viking area. Take a play test. And these are the easy bits that you can find out how to do. And then there are the hidden areas. There are sort of little secret awards that you're going to have to try and puzzle out and work out how to get them. They're all in people's accounts, so the clues are in there. You just have to.
You can buy a Jeff dog, can't you?
Yeah, you can buy a Jeff dog, and
you can buy somebody
a
a virtual beer as well. So you know, and if you buy Discord, you can then send them and give them that beer.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Millie won't be eating tonight because I think she's already been sent about 7 Jeff dogs. So, you know, you could do that to just send your friends a beer or a Jeff dog or whatever.
Awesome, awesome. Also, over the course of the weekend, there are 3 live stages. There's the main stage, which you're watching at the moment, but there are also two other stages. We have the Toot Suite stage and what is the Piazza stage?
Piazza stage,
yeah. So one of our other co-presenters, Millie, is going to be managing the Toot Suite stage, and then on the Piazza stage, I think we're going to have a lot of the kind of gamer track, game developer track stuff.
Yep,
yes,
absolutely.
Yeah, that'll be hosted and run by a great gent called Lloyd.
Right, hey,
Not our Lloyd.
not our Lloyd,
Not
but
your
a
Lloyd,
different
different Lloyd.
Well, gentlemen, would you like to get this show launched?
I think we will. Richard?
Yes, I think we are. Go for launch. Shall we?
Launch.
Go.
So 1, 2, 3, go for launch.
Okay, guys, we are officially launched. Happy days. Right. Okay, so Justin, we've got an entire weekend of streaming, okay? So we're going to be streaming tonight until about 11 p.m. UK time. We're going to be streaming all day Saturday. According to my schedule, we're going to be kicking off about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Rocking right through to 10 p.m. And then we're also going to be streaming on Sunday.
And this evening we should be streaming till about 11 p.m. UK time. Everything you're seeing is UK time. So if you're in another country, make sure and do that time shift.
Absolutely. Right. Well, I think the first things first is let's start to get a browse around the site and see how this all works. Yeah.
So fingers crossed, I have set everything up correctly. This is one of the most complicated streaming systems I have ever built.
Yes. So let's cut to my screen share. There you are. There you are.
Victory.
Okay, so this is the UK Games Expo website. Let me just refresh it and see what's going on. These are the 3 main stages. So we have the main stage, the Toot stage. Let's see what's going on there at the moment.
Currently offline.
Currently offline, and the Piazza stage.
Also offline.
Also offline. But that's okay, because you have us. You can get involved in the chat because we are simulcasting not only to the homepage of Virtually Expo, but we're also casting to OnTableTop.com, and we're casting via Facebook, YouTube, and Periscope for any of you Twitter users out there as well. We are monitoring the chat, so I'd like to say...
Hello to Sundancer, hello to Dutch.
Yeah, we see Dutch
hello
in
to
there,
Jamie Wood.
Sundancer, Laughing Boy,
Hey, Gaz, you're on. What's up, buddy?
Jamie Wood. So we are monitoring lots of different chat channels, so don't be afraid to say hello to us. Because and there's Wayland Games. Hello, Wayland Games, Amanda Pie. Yes, this weekend is all about connecting, and you know we want to be connected to you guys as much as possible.
Yeah.
Because you'll give us something to say.
Because no, there is so much happening at this event. That's what this sort of first segment's about. Because
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest, if you're coming to this fresh, you could get a little lost and a little confused. So our real goal during this segment is to give you that first guide of where you're going to go in Expo, where you're going to find your events, where you're going to find the live shows like the Dark Room, like the Vikings, like the cosplay, getting onto all the Discord servers. That's what this is about.
Yeah, well, I have to do a shout out to the DCC crew, whoever they may be, and Bad Squiddo. I see them there as well.
Yeah,
I could just spend the weekend just saying hi to people.
See,
because
this-
you know what,
this-
that would be like Expo for me. Because at Expo, I do get to say hi to people all weekend.
You network a lot. You see, this is why I've set the rig up this way. I have a massive screen just off screen there, where I can monitor everything, monitor the stream. If something breaks, I can try and fix it. So hopefully it'll work, and I can keep an eye on that. So if you see Warren's eyes just like wandering to the left there, he's having a look at what folks are saying.
Yeah. Right. Let's take you through how you get involved in all of this, because this is a hell of a thing the guys at UK Games
very
Expo have put together. So we're on the website. The first thing that you should do is up here you would probably see a login button where you're currently seeing my name. So hang on a second. If I log out,
If you log out,
and then I'll try and take you through the process of actually logging in.
Yeah,
I
definitely good
wonder,
idea.
is the site about to crash now because everybody's on it clicking F5? Oh dear.
okay. Well,
Well, let's give that a moment, and we'll see if that loads. In the meantime, okay, what I can do is start to take you through some of the events that are coming up. So, at the top of the hour at 7 p.m., we're going to get a sit down with Tabletopia.
Yeah.
So we have. Let me just check who it is we have. We have Mark Harris from Tabletopia is going to sit down with us at 7 p.m. so as we can get a look at the Tabletopia system.
yeah. Now, if you haven't heard of Tabletopia before, it's basically allowing you to do digital versions of your tabletop gaming. I know you're cringing, Warren. I know you're cringing. You like the smell of old books.
I do like the smell of old books, and I like the tactileness of board games, but even I wasn't expecting the world to change the way that it did.
Exactly.
So, I have to have some flexibility, man, because
Exactly.
I want to be able to connect with people. Like, I haven't seen my poor mum in months.
Yeah. Oh no, my mum comes up and tries to bring me down to my brothers, and I give her the same line every time. I would, but I don't know where they've been.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. So, at 7 p.m., basically then at the top of every hour, 8 p.m., we're going to be talking to a cool board game cafe. And then we have WRKS Games at 9 p.m. and then Korea Board Games. They've got some really interesting
some
stuff
very
for you
cool
to
looking stuff.
have a look at. Over on the Toot stage, coming up at 7 p.m., we have the Small World of Warcraft Q&A with Adrian from Days of Wonder. All you have to do is you can find these on the homepage as well, and then if you click on that, well, obviously if the server decides to kick itself back into life again, you'll be able to go in there.
I'm fully expecting to see some kind of website crash this weekend, just because there's going to be so many of you out there.
Live events wise, at 7 p.m. Nightmare Live.
Yeah, now, this is an incredibly cool one. You remember whenever we were living back in England?
Yes.
I actually got to go and see this live.
And was it good?
It was incredible. One of my buddies, Swampy, went in on the Kickstarter. It is such a fantastic show. It is one I highly recommend you check out.
Yeah,
'Cause
absolutely.
it's just like right in the childhood.
Yes. If any of you remember Nightmare from whenever we were kids,
Yeah.
this is a live version of it. Heck, if I wasn't sitting here having to talk to him while talking to you, I would be watching that.
Hell
So
yeah. Hell yeah.
definitely check that out. And then the last thing to check out is what the Exhibitor's doing. And oh my word, do we have a lot going on. If you guys have games that you've ever been interested in or exhibitors that you've ever been interested in, so many of them are going to be running live events and their own Discord channels and things like that all over the weekend. So
Now, this is one of the things the guys were talking about is the connectivity for this event. So one of the incredible things you can do is they've actually built like a virtual exhibitioner's hall, which is, it's really cool, and if Warren can find it, we'll show it off. But basically you can dive into the virtual stands, and depending on which exhibitor you're going into, they have set up like multiple ways for you to actually engage and get in touch with them and talk to them. So there's Discord servers up, there's chat rooms set up, There is every possible way you can have to get in touch with these folks. Has the website died?
Yes.
Well, I have seen it. I can describe it to you, and as you're exploring, you can find it.
Yeah.
Anything you're looking for on the UK Games Expo site. If I cut to the page Warren has it's working,
Yes.
there are 2 main tabs up at the top there. So what's on and events.
Yes.
Those are your 2 main gateways to anything you want to see this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You've also got the shop in there, because one thing I love doing at Expo, there's always merch. There's
Yeah.
always those cool little things you can pick up and buy and grab. So they've built that into the website as well. Other than that, you've got all your events that are on. So there's live events, there's cosplay events, there's gaming events, there's tournaments, there's role play. Anything gaming under the sun, they could crowbar in here and do it digitally, they have. And that makes me excited.
Yeah. Now, if you haven't already, whenever you registered with the UK Games Expo or the Virtually Expo site, you were able to then go and join the Discord server.
Yes.
Again, I'd love to bring you up a link to that, but I'm struggling to get anything to come up at the moment.
This is where my brain comes in handy. Press 3 on your keyboard,
Press 3.
and then go to your bottom bar and open your Discord and go into the UK Games Expo one.
Okay,
So if I've done this right, and the Warren's in the UK Games Expo Discord, you
Yeah.
are? Ta-da!
You did it.
Isn't my brain great?
Right, so this is the UK Games Expo Discord. So if you have created an account, you will be able to access this at some point. There are a bunch of different rooms and channels that you can join. So this is the lobby. So I'm looking at the lobby at the moment. So do you know what? I'm going to type people a message.
Say hello to everybody
Hi, everyone
from the main stage.
in the lobby from the main stage. Boom.
There's Warren.
So there we go. So other than that, then you can go into the exhibitor hall. And one of the great things about the exhibitor hall is loads of exhibitors have or are setting up their own little Discord servers as well. So you're able to go in there.
Ooh, there's Look Battle Mats.
There's Look Battle Mats.
Love
yeah.
those guys.
So that'll be Tamsin will be in manning that one. So they are definitely one you want to go and check out.
Yeah,
They
if
do
you love role
beautiful
playing,
books.
they do some gorgeous stuff.
Yeah. We have bots up in there, Tinkerbot Games. There's Wayland Games in
Yep.
there as well. So there's just a ton of different exhibitors in there. So go and have a browse through that. In the organized play area, I believe this is where they're putting the announcements for any tournaments and things like that.
So basically call outs to make sure people are turning up on time for their stuff.
Yeah. Now, a lot of the games are taking place via Tabletopia, which again we'll be talking about in about
50 minutes.
about 50 minutes or so from now. As well as that, there'll be others that'll be running on Tabletop Simulator or any of the
And
other
general
kind of
Discord, because
platforms.
role-playing games work really great on Discord.
We have the open gaming where you can basically just say, look, I'm up for a game of such and such on such and such platform.
Well, there's actually a really clever way they've designed this one. So, Warren, type in that for me, LFG Catan, /LFG Catan.
LFG / LFG Catan. Okay.
And if I've remembered this right, there is a command prompt in there. I think I've done it wrong, but there is a command prompt in some of like the tutorial videos
Yeah.
that actually lets you put in, I think it's whichever way you put the commands in to Discord or into Discord, you can actually set up, I am looking for this game, and you're put into like a queue for it. And if someone else puts it in, it actually starts to link you guys up.
Well, Tom has very kindly posted, if you cut to the screen, Tom, the IT guy behind all of this, has said, the bot is currently panicking.
So I did it right, but the bot is having a bad day.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait and see for the bot to come back to
Yeah,
life again.
but again, it's one of those features for connecting people. Because I mean, like, if you're in a room like that and things are scrolling past so fast, having something like that in there can go, okay, I'm going to log that. There's the next person, like, say, 10, 15 minutes later, boom.
Right.
You don't have to actually wait for, or be like scanning like a hawk through it all.
Okay.
So, really cool.
Next up, we have cosplay.
My favorite.
So, yeah. So anybody that's got some cool cosplay pics, get them stuck in there. Oh, that's a nice idea there. where they're showing the how-to, some shots on how they actually made their cosplay.
Yeah. Go to the
That
next one
looks
for me.
fantastic.
Yeah, those are great. That's really nice work.
Yeah,
Really
so
nice work.
definitely get stuck in there. There's the Q Chow Street help and support. So if you have any difficulties at all during the weekend,
Yeah.
just drop into that help and support. There's an entire team of volunteers operating behind the scenes here that are there to man this and help you in any way that they can. Remember, virtual expos are new to all of us.
Yeah.
You know, none of us ever expected to be in this situation where we would have to try and utilize technology in these ways to see if we can bring it together. So it's a learning experience for all of us. So please bear with us, bear with the entire UK Games Expo team. We're all kind of finding our feet during all of this as well to try and see what's the best way that we can pull together an event where we just can't be physically together.
Yeah. Little shout out for Fella Storm. You post your cosplays, I'll post mine.
There you go. Right. Then you have the stages, okay? So in the main stage, that's our stage, Justin.
So if you're trying to show stage, oh yes, this is the stage channel. Yes.
So this is the main stage channel. So I tell you what, next person that posts a meme of Justin, okay, I'm going to give,
No, don't do this.
I'm going to
Don't
give
do
them
this.
a prize because
God.
we've got some prizes we're going to give away tonight. So
Okay.
whoever the first person to post a meme of Justin, I'm going to post give them a prize.
You do realize I could just grab my phone right now and just steal the prize?
No, you cannot. I have the following that I'm going to be giving away because I want you to get some cool stuff. Ah, Alex T. He found it. Yes, we have a Justin meme.
Okay, let me break in for 1 second. So Panzerkput has just asked a very important question that I'm sure a lot of folks out there are asking.
Yes.
How do I join the Discord? So go to the main UK Games Expo webpage, scroll down to the bottom, make sure you have created an account, and then click that Join Discord. It will bring you through to the web server on the browser, so you'll have to log in with your Discord account as well.
And even just as importantly as that,
Yes, the meme.
the site has to be up.
Of course.
We're filling air here, guys.
Well, not really, because it's important to know how to run through the Discord, because I'm sure there are some folks out there who have never seen Discord before. Is it getting worse?
Oh, no, the memes are good. The memes are now starting to come in. So when someone offers you a cheeky pint on them.
Hang on. This is me.
Anyway.
Have you met me at a con?
During the course of the weekend, we have some prizes that we're going to be giving away. Okay,
Yeah.
so if you scroll up, our first prize. Oh, I'm asking you to scroll whenever I
you have control.
Okay, go back. So Alex T has just won. So you're going to get a UK Games Expo goodie bag, just with some bits and pieces of UK Games Expo merch in there.
Yeah.
So Alex T, we will reach out to you.
Well, actually, the best way to do this.
Yes.
So Alex T, come across to the OnTableTop website. On the top of the website, there is a bar that says More. In there, that drop down, there is a Claim a Prize button. So if you're on the homepage, Warren, we can actually show folks.
Do you know what? Let's just show them
This
how
is
to
the
do
best
that.
way to actually get your stuff in here and you don't get lost. So we're on the homepage. Make sure and press 2.
Press 2. Okay, so come across to ontabletop.com or beastsofwar.com.
Yeah, where you can also see the stream, and we do a ton of content as well.
This More button, you click that, and then you click Claim a Prize.
Indeed.
And then that will take you into the prize center, and then this little form, fill that in for us, okay? And then we will reach out to you as soon as possible over the weekend to get you your prize. So Alex T, what you're going to get this weekend is, well, we're going to get you posted out a UK Games Expo goodie bag.
Yeah, so some cool merch in there.
But as soon as possible, we're going to send you download codes for Steam for you to download 4 board games: Patchwork, Mysterium, Love Letter, and Small World.
Small World is one of the best games, but Love Letter is one of the best travel games you will ever play.
Yeah. So,
There's more?
yes, there's
Is it,
more.
is it safe to show?
Yeah,
I have
of
to.
course
Okay.
it's safe to show. There you go. Game on. UK Games Expo is open.
Yeah.
So so we're gonna send you over those codes. So you will get them over the weekend. So you know, I would imagine they're multiplayer as well. So you could get someone onto Steam
yeah.
and play
So
them.
if this is through Tabletop Simulator, it is multiplayer. And again, it has a chat room in the bottom left whenever you load it up where you can actually start talking to people. And I'm sure all of them have things like that. So I hope everybody is enjoying so far. Congratulations for the first winner.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to show off, Warren?
Yes, I'd like to show off the current UK Games Expo homepage.
Okay. Oh my word. All right, quick question. We haven't broken our own website, have we?
No,
Not yet.
on Tabletop is still up for the moment. So yeah, if you feel free to browse over there if you want.
Yeah. Also, a quick thank you to one of our team members, Lloyd. He just posted the link in Twitch to actually go to the prize center.
Yep. Right, moving on with the rest of the tour of Discord. I believe you should be on the Discord there.
Yep, I'm on here now.
So as well as the main stage, we also have the Toot stage, where Millie has got a load of seminars and things like that. So if there's going to be a load of top industry professionals talking about their games, what's happening in the industry. Hello, Millie. Good to see you.
Hello.
So Millie will have you all very, very well taken care of in there. And then on the Piazza stage, I believe that's where there's going to be a load of the kind of the game developer track stuff. So if you're interested in the art of making board games, it might well be worth keeping an eye on that Piazza stage to see what events are coming up.
Anton, thank you for the tea and crumpets, mate.
We got tea and crumpets.
Yeah.
Awesome. What do we do with that? Well, we eat them and drink them, obviously.
Or we convert them to beer.
Ah, yes. Yes. Let's see what we can do. Right, after that, the rest of the stuff is all kind of like open gaming rooms where you can do your RPGs and everything else. So I will just go back into the lobby. There's a load of people saying hi to me in there. So
Oh, nice one.
hey, dudes! It's great to see you all. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about the stuff that people can be seeing this weekend. If they can get this server.
Yes,
Do you know what?
if
That
the
didn't
website
sound
arrives.
very confident saying if, did it?
When they get the server.
When they get this server up and running again. So I'm just going to hit refresh
F5,
here.
F5,
just to see,
clear the cache.
Just to see if something will come up. In the meantime, if we go back to the schedule, and we
so
can
make
bring
sure
that up.
Yep.
Number 2.
It is. It's all right. He will learn. He is
So,
a young Padawan. He will learn.
Let's see. I'm just checking how these links are all working. So,
Oh, there's some stuff from Hell from Mythic Games.
yes.
We did a Let's Play for that. It is a fabulous, fabulous game. We did it on Tabletop Simulator. Had a ton of fun with it.
What I'm going to suggest, guys, is let's try and help each other out as a community here, right? While the team are trying to get the servers and stuff back up and running, we can still make this work.
Okay.
Right? So, if you guys reach out to these companies in the exhibitor hall, okay, and get a link from them, because the way UK Games Expo did this is that it basically will punch you off to their Discord channels or their Facebook pages and things like that. So it's a really open platform, okay? So maybe as a community we can get together and help with this. So if we get into the exhibitors part in Discord, and get them to put their links
in there, we can start
in there,
jumping through.
and we'll start to circulate them together in chat and so on.
Quick shout out to Voltmog, who has posted in Twitch the Discord link. So it's ukgamesexpo.co.uk/virtually-expo/Discord. And that will allow you to start jumping into the Discord, folks.
There you go. There you go.
So
right.
That's a hobby hero right there. Well done, sir.
Okay, so we have the My Farm shop demo coming up. Space Worm announcement video. These are all should have kicked off in the meantime. We have the exhibitor presentations of Meet the Team. I imagine that half the team will be running around feeding squirrels that are running on wheels to try and get the servers up and running.
Hamsters.
Hamsters, not squirrels.
Yeah, squirrels are too finicky. You can't get them to run. The hamster will run, the squirrel will run off.
Yes, but a squirrel will sort your nuts. Anyway.
How long into the stream are we?
Anyway, Hell the Last Saga, there's an expedition scenario from Mythic Games. So let's see if we can start to get some links from for some of this stuff. So let's see. If I go in to the exhibitor hall, okay,
Yes.
and I go, hello, exhibitors. We need your
Call to action.
direct links to your activities, please.
I think we broke the Discord server as well.
No, we haven't.
Well, the link to it's busted.
Okay, so if you cut to the Discord there,
Yep.
right? So let's see if people can start to drop in some links there to some stuff that we can go and explore. I'm not sure that these are going to work, guys. So we
will find out.
need non-UK
Oh, there's our first one.
Games Expo
Links.
links. Okay, so there's a Discord there that you can join for Porky Pig Games. I'll just read that one out if it's a bit. So there's discord.gg/C4JBGBM. And COA Medieval, Clash of Armies, they have a Discord as well. So do you know what? Discord has become a real kind of hub for the tabletop gaming community. I know it can be a little bit intimidating, but if in the meantime you just go ahead and set up a Discord account, you'll be able to type these links in and join these. Even if you can't get into the UK Games Expo Discord at this stage, you will be able to join some of these others, okay?
Yeah. And if any of those guys are wanting to, they could jump onto the main stage Twitch chat and start dropping their links in there for you guys.
Yes, yes. We have a Wayland Games server in there. We have SC Games in there. So let me show you. I'm going to join one of these.
Go ahead.
Let me join.
Well, let's go for the first one.
Well, we'll go for the first one, the Porky Pug Games. Okay.
Yeah. Besides, I like pugs.
I have an account. I've clicked join, and there I am. And
Welcome to
this
Porky
is their
Pug.
welcome channel, general, and then they've got voice channels in there. So I will say, "Hi there, Porky Pugs." Warren calling. That's a very Eurovision option there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, this is Warren calling.
Also, if you're in our Twitch, there are links starting to drop in there for these guys as well. So well done, guys. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, if on our Twitch chat, there's loads of links being dropped in there. So between there and then let me head back. There. And there's Tom. He's Fellastorm on Twitch. It's good to meet you, Tom. Right, going back in to the exhibitor hall, let's see what else we have. So we have Dazbog Games. They've posted up their Discord link there as well. We have Aquilin going on from Cosmos Games over in Tabletopia. So do you know what? Let me click on that.
Yeah, go have a look.
Go to 2, and let's see.
Yeah.
So this is us on Tabletopia.
Yeah. Now, there's one feature that you're seeing there that I particularly love, and
what's
it's the hot seat feature. So even if you're not wanting to play with other people, say it's just you and all your friends sitting in a living room with a laptop, you can just be stepping out and swapping the seat to take your turns, which is very cool.
Awesome. So what will we do? Will I press it?
If you want, you can give it a go.
Yeah? Well, let's press it and see what happens. So 2 players, English. Okay. Oh, it's asking me to sign up. Well, that'll have to be later because I don't think I have it.
Yeah, but you
just
can see
look
there's
at
a
the volume
ton of games there. Yeah, they've got Subterra in there, one of my favorite games to play with my friends.
Yeah.
Because there's always that betrayal moment whenever you're running out of the cave and it's just like, I don't have to be fast, I just have to be faster than him.
And believe me, it's not hard to be faster than me. So it's
I don't know, I have a dodgy knee.
back over to the Discord again. Let's see what else is going in there. So Cosmos Games, Folded Space have also put in their links. So if you guys in the chat don't mind if you can pull those links out of there and drop them into the chat so that anybody that's in the chat and can't get access to this Discord server just at this moment, they can start to access some of the other Discord servers.
Precisely, yeah.
Here's the physical gaming countdown to our opening live from London for the UK Nationals.
That sounds like a tournament to me.
Okay, so well, do you know what? Let's press play. Let's see what it is. So
Now I'm not sure if folks will be getting audio from this video.
that's okay. That's okay. Whoa, whoa!
Oh,
We've got
I
a
like-
dude in a purple hat.
Top hat, nice, gentlemen.
We love that. So this must be one of the organized play things that's going on this weekend.
Possibly, possibly. I do like how they've set this up. Nice open space outside and a good rig to actually catch some video of it for everybody.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on that over the weekend and see what happens. We have the Crafting Jones in there with a Discord channel as well, and then we have Tinker Games have posted a link. Let's see where that takes us. Okay, so this is a Tinkerbot Games. There we go. So this takes us to a Tinkerbot Games tables giveaway.
Ooh, nice.
To enter our competition to win one of the free gaming tables we are giving away at Virtual UK Games Expo, please enter your email address below. Dude, I'm like totally going to do that.
Well, it's something we have seen has came out over the last few years within the gaming industry is those gaming dining tables. Because what's worse than having to pack your games away? You can just at the top. Okay.
Cut to the screen. Look at
Oh
that.
my God, that's beautiful.
Look at that.
And some of these guys are so creative with how they actually put the tables together. Because that'll be insert toppers that you lift off to a recessed area for your games. So you can have your dinner, pull the tops off, and pick up your game where you left off.
Yeah.
I like that kind of stuff.
Well, if you see the way I eat, half my dinner would be in it. So
I have had Christmas dinner at Warren's. He does a good meal.
yes, I enjoy my Christmas dinner, guys. What can I say?
So there's a Tinker Bot giveaway link, yeah?
Yes.
And that is currently in the exhibitors section of the Discord.
Yep, so just give me 1 second and I will call that out for you guys because you may as well enter that while we're waiting.
Hell yeah.
So the Tinkerbot giveaway is a EEP URL, so http://EEPURL.com/GO51ZH. If somebody could drop that into the Twitch chat or anything for us, that would be brilliant.
Yeah. Would you like a little piece of internet history?
I'd love a piece of internet history now. Be careful now because there's a lot of internet history where we do not want to go.
Not that one.
Okay, that's all right.
It's actually the origin of the http://. Do you know why that is needed on every web address?
No, surprisingly.
Because the guy that first created the coding for it thought it looked cool.
And who was he?
I have no idea. Just a random factoid I picked up from somewhere from some dude on YouTube.
It would either have been Tim Berners-Lee
Okay.
or Vince Cerf.
Okay.
So it probably one of those two dudes
Okay.
that has done
If
that.
you know, go check.
Yeah. So get your entries.
We've got from Fella Storm Tim Berners-Lee.
Tim
did that.
Berners-Lee.
And it was just because he thought it looked cool.
Yeah. Well,
There is your first factoid of Virtually Expo.
Right. I am going to have a look and see if we have managed to get Games Expo back up and running.
Okay, so basically, here's what's going to happen to actually get it running. Either Tony or Richard is going up onto the roof of the office with a lightning rod with a cable connected to the server. Frankenstein style.
I have a better plan.
Okay,
Right?
what's your plan?
We know there'll be literally hundreds of people out there.
Yes.
Okay. by the laws of what is the Kevin Bacon law? The 6 degrees of separation. Okay.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Right. So by the law of the 6 degrees of separation, we should tonight be able to get in touch with Uri Geller. Right? So,
I actually saw this done recently with Zoom.
right. So let's see if we can get Uri Geller onto this to use his mind powers to bring the UK Games Expo server back to life.
Okay, so for anyone who does not know what this is, it is the theory that there are only 7 degrees of separation between you and anyone on the planet.
Oh, it's 7 degrees now?
Well, that's what it says in the chat.
All right, okay. Well, I thought it was 6, but that's okay. I'll give you 7.
But the whole concept is you will know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows someone who will eventually lead you to that person.
Yes.
I saw this done with Zoom, right? And they were just saying, look, if you know someone who knows someone famous, invite them in. Or if you know someone who might know someone who knows someone famous, invite them in.
Yep.
Do you know who they got?
Who did they get?
Dame Judi Dench.
No way!
They got her within 3 steps.
Well, she's like the head of MI5, man. So if anybody could get the server up and running, it would be Dame Judi Dench.
Yeah.
So
Well-
if we can't get Uri Geller... let's
Okay,
get Dame-
it is 6 degrees, they're saying. Don't trust the chat, it's full of lies. Fair enough. I read something on the internet, I instantly believe it.
So if we can't get Uri Geller, let's get Judy, right? And Judy can
Yeah.
get she'll get Bond, and then Bond will bring the whole thing back up again,
Yeah.
and we'll be rocking and rolling.
Can we see Warren Big? Of course you can see Warren Big.
Have you got-
Here,
have you got-
of course I've got Warren Big.
So that was a polite way of saying, Justin, get off.
Yeah. Here's your Warren Big.
Right. So it's still down. So what we'll do is we'll head back over to the Discord. Okay. Back to the exhibitor hall. So if anybody in the exhibitor hall, if you can Uri Geller hear me, okay, and you want people to come along to your Facebook Lives or chat with you on Discord or whatever, please post the direct links to that into the exhibitor hall. And then what we're doing is all of our buddies on the chat here are scraping those URLs and putting them into the chat so people that can't currently get into the Discord still have a means of
Actually getting to engage.
Yeah.
You know what this is? This is what happens every year at UK Games Expo.
What,
The bull-
this?
This is the digital version of it. The bull rush.
Oh, the bull rush.
That moment whenever the doors first open and every gamer is just like, yeah, get in there and get your games.
Yes, but they get in.
Fair point.
There is a difference. there is a difference.
Fair point.
I'm seeing, if you cut to it, everybody is now, oh, let me go to
You
the
need to
number
cut to it.
3. Oh, am I on the right one?
Technical difficulties. So
Okay, well, I will try to bring that back up again.
yeah, so it's just a quick relink.
Okay, so what you're about to see, all being well, is a load of people.
Now, don't forget to set your preview.
I won't. So there we go.
And fingers crossed.
Oh no,
No?
not yet. No. It's the whole thing has decided to crash on me now, Justin.
I see.
So it's simply a case of me getting the whole thing loaded back up again.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Like I said, this is one of the most complicated rigs we've ever built.
Yes, it is. Right. Let me see if I can get the thing to come back.
Oh, does it like it? Does it not?
Don't do anything. I will tell you at the point when it's.
Okay, hands off buttons. Hands
Yeah.
off buttons.
So that is down now. Let me try and get it back up and running.
Yep.
And let me see if I can get that to connect.
Yep. We've had a gremlin.
Yeah. Okay, wait, hang on. I have a means of doing this. There's got to be a way in here of working this.
There is.
Okay, so let me close that.
So, guys, if you're looking for the timings for each day, it's on the UK Games Expo site in the event drop-down,
Yep.
where basically it gives you an hour-by-hour rundown of what's coming up for the show. So it can all be found there once the site's running.
Yes, or I might be able to run through part of it here as well. So let me see if the Chrome is open.
Well, I tell you what, let's go to a quick ad break and we will try and get this fixed for everybody.
That'll do. And we're back.
Hopefully this has worked.
Let's see. So in the meantime, we actually think that the site has come back as well. So if we cut to this, we should hopefully see the site.
Yep.
Let me click refresh.
It's working?
Yep, it is indeed working, guys. So we can actually start to have a little bit of a tour around this, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so first thing you want to do is you want to click on this login and register.
Click back. It might just be that one page.
Yes, that might just be
So just click.
a cached version. So let's just give it a second
Yeah.
and see. I know there is a caching server sitting in front of this, so it may well be able to display the static pages at the moment, but not the...
Yeah, the
not
pages you have to go interacting with.
Yeah. Okay. Apparently the hall may well work, so let's go and check out the virtual trade hall.
Yeah.
There we go. So
this has currently just got a couple of videos in it, and when it does go live, you will actually have in here, I believe, all of the trader stands that have been built up.
Surely it should be live by now.
If they're running around trying to get the entire site up, this one may have fell by the wayside.
Okay.
Oh, you need to be, I think you need to be,
Do you need to be logged in?
possibly you need to be logged in.
Okay, and the difficulty is, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get logged in just yet. Okay, well, do you know what? We shall head back to the Discord.
Well, I tell you what, before you do that, let's have a look and see if some of those static pages are working.
Okay.
So let's have a look at what's on.
So, what's on in the schedule? Okay. So we are now about 15 minutes away from having the Tabletopia guys join us.
Indeed.
Once that's over, we will, as soon as the site is up and running, to the point that we can show you a tour of how to get involved in it, we will take you through it. So don't be panicking about that.
Yeah. Teacher is saying to get into the Traders Hall, it's via the front page. There's a button below the videos.
Okay, so let's try that. So
Yep.
let's go to the home page, and let's go to browse the show floor.
There we go. That's the one we were after.
Okay.
So this is one of the main ways for you guys to actually begin interacting with the actual exhibitors here. So if you have a look here, you've got the big supporters of UK Games Expo are up the top.
Yep.
Then the next level of the supporters are further down, and further down you have folks who have just taken on a stand location.
Grand. So this is basically how you walk your way around. There's little icons and things in there as well. So historical miniatures, sci-fi miniatures, games, accessories, board games. And what you can do up at the top, hopefully, is you can actually start to filter a lot of this stuff. So do you know what? Let's see who else is doing historical miniatures. So we can see that tonight we can go and visit Second Thunder, Go to Pieces Games, Bad Squid O Games, and PSC Games.
We've got Cosmos Games in the chat saying come say hello, so you can actually use the search bar there as well if you take the filters off.
Okay, so I'll take the filters off.
Go into search and punch in Cosmos Games.
Cosmos. And there they are.
Ding ding.
So let's go through and see if we can get into Cosmos. So there's Cosmos.
Yep.
So we can chat with them.
Yep.
Which will take you on a link through to. I wonder where that will take you a link to.
So when it's working, it's a standalone like chat room they've set up for some folks. So it acts kind of like Zoom. You've also got their Twitch on there. You've got their Discord on there.
Yeah.
And then you've got a little bit of information about the games.
Okie dokie. Let's hit refresh on some of these and see if we can't get them up. No joy there.
Yeah. But we can have a look and see how some of the folks have laid out some of their digital stands. So, I mean, like one of the big ones, of course, is Asmodee. We're going to be having them on to actually have a bit of a chat with them later this weekend.
Yep.
And they have got a chat on Discord. And if you scroll further down, you can see they've got About Us in there. They've got some game information in there, some videos in there. So there is plenty of content to consume on some of these trade stands. So it kind of gives you that feeling you have whenever you go up to a stand at Expo and ask them, oh, what's this game? That looks kind of cool. I'd like to learn a little bit more about that.
Well, do you know what? Will we see if we can, what happens when we click on their Discord?
Yep.
Okay.
So there's your Discord.
So let's join their Virtual Expo server. Okay. So that's me in. Okay.
Yep.
So
then you
let's see
should be
if I
able
go
to
into
cut
general
to their
discussion.
Discord. Cut to their Discord.
Okay, so cut to their Discord. Let's see how I would do that. There, is that launched?
Something strange is happening.
Yeah, something strange is happening. So
This is what happens whenever I don't build the OBS.
try it again there.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, so we're through to their Discord now.
Yes.
In the general discussion, well, let's go. Hello, Asmodee. This is Warren calling. And hopefully somebody from Asmodee is there, because we can see up in the top corner there that there's Amy, Dan, and Liam are there, and there's Teatrin. Hey, yeah. Great to see you. Yeah, so others are now able to join in. Hey, there's Amy has said hi. Awesome.
Awesome.
Right. Okay, so let's go back. Let's see if we can go back to the actual website itself. Back onto the schedule.
Well, Warren, I tell you what, we should maybe wrap up this segment because we need a little prep time before we bring in Tabletopia.
Okay. Okay. Well, look, give me 2 more minutes. I'm not.
All right.
I'm still excited, man.
I know you're exploring. You're exploring.
This page is great. I want to see some of the other stuff that we
go
can
ahead,
do with
cut
it.
it.
So, okay. So let me just link you back into the. There we go.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And what I'm going to do, I want to see what options we have in the filters. Okay. So if I want to see the games retailers, so that's anybody that's selling games at the moment, we can have a look through there. What else have we got in there? Well, I'm a lover of sci-fi and fantasy miniatures, Justin. So who have we got in here that we can visit this weekend to check those out? So we have Mythic in there, Steve's Collectibles, Fantasy Flight are in there, Second Thunder.
I believe we'll be talking to Mistwall this weekend.
Yep, there's P-Work Games.
Beautiful
And
gaming maps.
Osprey is in there, and Battle Systems is in there. Let's go through the Battle Systems and see what they have. So they have their Facebook page and bits and pieces in there.
This is Colin from Battle Systems.
Yes, they have one of the most lovely fantasy terrain systems you have ever seen.
You can see some of the village stuff there.
So this stuff is all pre-printed card that basically you pop together, and it literally does just pop together. There's no cutting, there's nothing like that, and once you've put it all together, that's the kind of thing you end up with. Now tell me that isn't gorgeous. It is absolutely lovely. It's just a fantastic system they put together, and their fantasy range, to me, it's the best they've ever done. It really is.
Although I do love their stuff for Core Space. You know, it's a really great narrative tabletop game that's semi-competitive. Semi-competitive.
In what way semi-competitive?
So you both play two teams, you're both playing against NPCs, and you have the option to not attack each other, right? So you're going into like a space station to gather up resources, experience, gather up new weapons and gear for your ship.
Yep.
And, you know, so the semi-cooperative bit comes in whenever it's just like, oh, that's a rather nice rifle you've got there, Warren, I might want that. Oh, you're not going to give me that? Bullet to the head.
Ah, so would you say it's competitive?
Something like that. But
Yeah.
I have seen some beautiful games where it's been right at the end. The AI of the game is crushing in, starting to kill everybody. And it's just like, Warren, can I maybe hitch a lift on your shuttle out of here?
Yeah. Well, there you have it. Guys, right, we are going to be talking to the folks from Tabletopia. We're going to be doing that in about 10 minutes or so. So we're just going to get set up for that. In the meantime, keep checking the server, keep involved in the chat, guys, and let us know what's going on. And if you let us know what you're finding during Virtual Expo, and then we can make sure and tell other folk about it as well. Right, we're going to cut to a break. We'll be back soon. Hi, everybody, and welcome back. So we have a chance to sit down now with Mark Harris. He's the community manager at Tabletopia. Tabletopia is one of the foundations that we have here at the Virtual Expo, because it's a way for us all to play games virtually with one another. Mark, welcome to the Expo.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
lovely
you.
to have you, mate. So, Mark, can you give us a rundown on what Tabletopia is?
Yeah, absolutely. So Tabletopia is a digital sandbox that lets you play all your favorite board games online, and we give you the components and you go and do the magic. So there's no automation involved. You're the one picking up the cubes and putting them in place. You're shuffling the cards around. You're making sure everyone gets their components where they need to be, and you're making sure the rules are played how they're meant to be. So you can play it right or wrong, however you'd like. But what I think is really cool about that experience is because you have that experience of moving the things where they need to be rather than an app automating it, it really gives you that feeling of sitting across the table from someone.
Yeah, yeah. We can. I'm browsing the website at the moment, Mark. So
Sure.
we could kind of give people a little bit of a tour of this. Yeah.
Absolutely. You can see it at tabletopia.com. That's
Yes.
all you need to do to access it.
Yeah,
Okay.
this has some of my favorite games on there, like Subterra I mentioned in the last segment. But there is such a wealth of games that are already built in here.
So there are well over 1,000 games. Well, I'm on the home page. Mark, where would you like me to click?
Well, do you have an account? Have you signed up before?
No, so let's do that, will we?
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, if you go to the top right, you'll see the little sign up button, and that'll kick you into making it. And you just need a password and an email account.
Yep. Now, one of the nice
you can
features
also
is
sorry.
Yeah. So I'm just oh, I've pressed the wrong button here. Okay, right. So let me put in a password.
yeah.
There we go. And click sign up.
Perfect.
And I'm in. Okay.
You're in. That's it. And so now you've created an account. It'll give you the option actually to have a 30-day trial of our gold membership access. So we're a subscription-based website, but 85% of our catalog is actually free to access. So all you need is that bronze account.
Yeah.
So the primary difference between the three accounts is essentially the ability to play our premium games. And premium games are just higher quality caliber games and games that publishers have chosen to list as premium. And that's because publishers actually get a profit share with those. So all games on Tabletopia are completely official and sanctioned by the publishers.
Yeah.
And so when you play those games as a premium member, you're actually directly supporting those publishers.
Oh,
And the
great.
other thing is, so with Silver, you can play those premium games. With Gold, you can actually play those premium games and share the game as long as you're one of the participants with non-premium members. So if you have a gaming group, only one of you needs that Gold membership.
And if I want to play board games and stuff with my family or whatever, now that we're all kind of isolating and dispersed, as long as I'm a gold member, I can fire it up and they can get in and play the premium games with me.
100%. Yeah,
Awesome.
definitely.
Well, then I'm going to
As long as you're one of the participants.
So if I
right
click
now, you
start the
probably
player's
don't,
free trial.
probably don't want. Oh, sorry.
Do I click the start player's free trial?
Yeah, I would.
It's gonna
maybe
ask for the
maybe
credit
do a bronze account for now because I think it's going to ask for your credit card. And
Yeah.
you probably don't want to splash that
Yeah,
everywhere.
let's not put that out there on the interwebs.
I could put
So
it
let's
on
just-
there, guys, but you wouldn't get much out of it. Let me be honest. So, okay.
So now you've created a free bronze account.
Yes.
And if, by the way, if you are an existing member of Tabletopia, if you're an existing member of Tabletopia for UK Games Expo, we have given people a 7-day voucher
Yep.
that will allow you to have gold for the weekend and for the
Yes.
week.
Cool. And can everybody find you in the exhibitors hall? You have a virtual stand where people can get in
We
touch?
do have a virtual stand, yes, absolutely.
Happy days. Right. So I'm in, and what I see now is this message that says, "Welcome to Tabletopia. Take a tour." But we're going to give you a tour instead.
I think I'll give you the tour. I'll give you the deluxe premium tour.
Wow. Nice.
So jump us back to the homepage and
Okay.
let's go from there.
Yeah. So I'm on the homepage and I'm signed in.
Right. Fantastic. So you'll see here, there's a couple ways you can find games. We've got a lot of games. If you scroll down, you'll see, we've got a couple of recommended games in different categories. Kickstarter games, new releases. What we find actually is really cool about Tabletopia is that a lot of creators will put their games on here during or before their Kickstarters, and you actually get to play these games ahead of time, which is really awesome. There's a couple of live Kickstarters on there right now, like Arkwright, the card game, really exciting game, and Lizard Wizard, of course, the guys who made Raccoon Tycoon. So, we have a lot of cool stuff on there. What's a game that you'd want to play? Actually, if you scroll back up to the top, if you go to the top right, you'll see the little search bar. I think it'd be really nice if we could play Cartographers.
Okay.
So I'll put in Cartographers.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I will click through to that. Okay, yeah, I'm there.
Beautiful. So this is the game page. All of these games have their own little pages. You see you've got all the info, like, description of the game, the BGG ratings, got some links on the side. Publishers might have their sales pages. They'll always have the sort of availability of where you can find them. And you'll see that we've got these things called setups. So those are just the predefined ways that the games are laid out. So there's a setup for one player, the solo version. There's a setup for a two-player version of the game, which just gives everyone a game board. So that's just a way to jump into that game with that predefined set. Now you're seeing the top right, we have 3 modes of play. We have solo, we have hot seat, and we have online. And so solo is obviously just to play a game by yourself. Hot seat is to share a keyboard and mouse with someone in the same physical location, which I don't think a lot of us might be doing right now. So we're actually going to click that play online button, which will allow us to create a game.
Okay, so that's creating a new room. And I wait for invite players to start the game.
Yeah. So the really cool thing about Tabletopia. So first off, you'll see just above your little name, that's the current setup we've got is a solo setup. You can actually click that, just change that to a 2 or 3 player setup or something else.
Yeah.
So if you click that and change it to a higher player count setup, you can now add seats to the table, which will allow you to add seats that people can grab once they've been invited into this lobby, right?
Yeah. Now, I see a button for take seat. Does that mean that we could hot seat this as well as have people online with us?
No. So take seat just means you want to take the red player's color.
I see.
Yes.
Yep. If you have a preference. So now the really cool thing about Tabletopia is all you need to do to share this game is actually just share the web link. Like just literally share the URL of where you are right now, and someone else will be able to find that game.
Well,
I'll
tell you what. If anybody in the chat,
I think someone's jumped in with you.
Yeah, if anybody is in the chat, somebody's jumped in. Well, somebody had jumped in, and then they've jumped out again. If anybody is in the chat and wants to join me, let me see if I can get the link. So it's tabletopia.com/playground/players.
Oh no. I'm going to give you a very quick heads up that I think if a lot of people join en masse, it's not going to be happy.
All right, okay.
I think we can have about 10 people in a room before it starts to overload, and I know you'll have a lot of people wanting to join in with you.
Okay.
All right. So the way you could do this, Warren, is if you grab the web link, go to main stage on our UK Games Expo section.
Yeah.
Don't put in the web link. But the first person to jump in there and say, I want to play with Warren, you DM them and give them the link and they get to jump in with you.
Right, so I'm on the main stage, guys. So if I cut to 3, I'm on the main stage there. Who wants to play me? Who has an account already with Tabletopia and wants to play me? And I will PM you the link so that you can join me. So all you have to do is just let me know in the main stage over in the Discord of Virtually Expo.
Now, we may want to start a new game because I think some people have seen the second way that people can actually join a game.
Right.
So if you go back to the page and just show everyone, you'll see down the bottom right, there's a little 6-digit code that you can actually input.
Clever buddies.
Right.
So if you
Okay.
take that 6-digit code, the way you actually share that to people is you can actually paste that into the search bar anywhere on the website, and that'll bring you into this room.
Right. So
Clever.
this code here.
And
Yeah, the
I
little
see we've got
6-digit
some
code.
spectators joining in.
Okay.
You do. And I
Yeah.
think the website will...
Right.
Well,
So Meriden
we'll see.
Star is in. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to hit start. Yeah.
Do it.
Let's do this. Okay.
Yep.
So start now. Game is in progress. Right. So it's loading. This is exciting.
Have you done this before?
I didn't think I was going to get to play any games during this weekend.
Oh my God.
Our usual expo is so busy, we don't get time to play
Yeah,
games
Mark,
unless it's on live stream.
Mark, I'm
no.
somewhat tempted to cancel everybody else's interview this weekend and just keep bringing you in and see how many games we can get to play with folks.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
Now, Mark, a question has came in on Twitch. It's a very important question. How do you get the 7-day Tabletopia Gold at Expo this year?
The 7-day Tabletopia Gold. I believe the people at UK Games Expo have shared it in your accounts. Let me just see. Yeah, if you go to your account, log into your account, and you collect your code and head to Tabletopia. So I believe it should be somewhere in your account login. I know people are having a little trouble logging in right now. But,
the website is crying. Just a little shout out to Mini Jester 1 for that question. Very good shout.
Yep.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Messing Up Rules says, we guys are a blast to hang out with.
That's because we're mildly insane. We're delightfully demented is the way we're described.
So, Cartographers is downloading. So if you cut to this screen here, it was pulling down all the assets and stuff that we need. We're playing Wastelands Side B.
Ooh, Side B. You like to start things off a little more tricky for yourself.
Absolutely.
He clicked a button.
Look, if there's ever a way for me to randomly make things harder for myself, I will.
Good.
Okay, so welcome to the Tabletopia tutorial. We're grateful for any feedback you may have. Click next.
Now, maybe you want to skip it because you have your own personal tutorial today.
There we go.
Of course.
So just actually that little box in the click it away.
Okay, it's gone.
Good.
But you do have tutorials for all your games?
Sorry?
You have tutorials for your games?
No, this is a tutorial of how to use the system.
I understand.
That's right. So you actually need to know how to use the game itself.
Yeah.
So let me walk you through what you're kind of looking at here. Now, it's slightly cut off on the stream, but what people will see in the bottom left are 3 little icons.
Yeah.
We've got the you've got a little volume slider that'll just adjust the volume for in-game sound effects and stuff.
Okay.
You've also got the little question mark button. That'll actually show you a very you can actually click that. That'll show you a cheat sheet of all the controls on Tabletopia. And now, don't be scared. It's a bit overwhelming when the first time you see it. But this tells you literally everything you can do. But today, I'm just going to run you through the basics and just sort of walk you through how to play a basic game.
Yeah.
So you've got that, and you can click out of that. And you also see there's a little paper symbol.
Yes.
Now that paper symbol is actually the PDF of the rules for this game that you're in. So if you click that, you'll see the PDF for Cartographers pop up.
Oh, happy days.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
So you can quickly refer to it if you ever need. The rules are right there in your chosen language. Yep. So now you're in the game space. So the first thing you want to think about is moving around. You can just click and drag anywhere, and that'll allow you to move the camera.
Oh, wow. And then you can use your mouse wheel to zoom in and out.
That's right. And you use I saw you use the right mouse button as well to change the camera angle. Yep. And so if you're familiar with video games, it kind of works like an FPS, really, a first-person shooter. If you're not, don't stress. It becomes fairly intuitive.
Yeah.
So if you click anywhere that actually contains an object, for example, one of the seasons cards, you can click and drag that card and manipulate it, move it around.
Ah, I'm just I had grabbed it. Let me grab it again. Yeah, so I've grabbed it. Can I drop? I'll just drop it into the play area and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is. And so that's it. Now, that's the real basics of how you maneuver something around in Tabletopia. Specific to cartographers, or not specific, but one thing they've done in this game, they've actually got a bunch of those bags. So in order to adapt this roll and write to a space where you can't write, they've actually got the icons that you would write. So there's a bunch of river tiles in the blue bag. There's a bunch of forest tiles in the green bag. You can actually just click and drag from the bag itself, and you'll bring those into the space.
So I could just grab a tile and just drop it onto the.
That's right, and they'll just
area.
snap to where they need to go. And the other thing is, if you hover over one of the bags and you use your mouse wheel and scroll up, you can actually take multiple things at once. You'll see the little take
5.
X.
Yeah. So take 2, take 3, take 4, take 5, and then just drop them all on.
They'll just plonk on down. Yeah. You also see on the side of the sheet, we've got where the scoring would go for the game. So what we've done there is we've actually turned those into little counters that you tick up and down. So you can just use your mouse wheel to scroll those up and down. And that'll be how you input your score for each season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just get to scroll them up and down. Yep.
That's right. And the other thing I want to talk about is decks. So you'll actually, if you try and grab an Explore card, those are the primary cards that you'll be using during the game.
Yeah.
So you can grab one off the deck and bring it out. But it's not the right way up. So if you actually want to flip it, press the F key on your keyboard. There we are.
Yep.
And that is our first little explore action for the game. But let's say you'd actually drawn out a card you didn't want and you need to put it back on that deck.
Yeah.
That's no problem. If you grab the card itself, hover over the explored deck and wait until it glows orange and then release. That'll shove it back into the deck.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is such an elegant system, Mark. I really am
fun.
impressed with this.
And it
It's
runs
really fun.
really smooth for being straight through a web browser.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to download
absolutely.
any additional programs or anything like that.
Yeah, there's no plugins to download. There's no apps to download.
This is directly in a web browser.
Just there and working.
That's it. And so one thing I will say with the controls, these are a lot of the basics. But if you're ever stuck and you're like, what can I do with an object? And I don't want to look at that scary chart of all those icons of things I can do. You can actually right click on something and it'll bring up a little wheel which shows you all the options of ways that object can be manipulated.
Give it a go, Warren.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what do you want me to click?
Let's right click on the Explore card deck, actually.
Okay.
And you'll now see you've got a little wheel here that pops up with all the different options. So down the bottom, you'll actually see shuffle, and that's how you'll shuffle the cards.
Ooh.
And it bounces.
Yeah. And then
It does.
you could deal a number of cards. Oh,
You can.
wow.
So that actually issues a certain number of cards to everyone.
Yeah.
And now you've unveiled the hand feature, which I'm actually going to talk briefly about. So those 4 cards at the bottom of your screen are actually in a personal hand, not visible to other players. So it's not necessary in cartographers, but in a lot of games where you have private information, like let's say you're playing Texas Hold'em or you're playing Scythe and you need to keep your combat cards close to you. You've actually got these cards that are personal and visible only to you until you put them back out on the table.
Yeah.
So the way you'll get those into your hand originally, not doing the deal function, is if you grab another card. So grab that Explore card that we already picked up, and just drag it to the bottom of your screen until it glows.
I see, yes.
See a little blue glow there, and you can release, and now it's in your hand. And so that's now not visible to any other players.
And then I can select one from my hand and then just drop it
right.
into the play area.
That's right.
This is
And
so
it just
slick.
pops down. Now, a lot of the cards might contain a lot of information that's hard to read. And you don't want to zoom in every time you want to view a card. That's okay. With any card, you can double click it, or you can press the space bar, and that'll actually bring it up full screen and let you read it. So there you are.
There we go.
Goblin Attack. It's a bit of a
Awesome.
mean one.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
get right in
it's
to
a
get
really
the
simple
detail
way
on
to
it.
see the information.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of other things, but I think that covers everything that would let you play cartographers, to be honest.
Yeah.
You in games with dice, you can press the R key to roll them. And again, remember, if you're ever stuck and not sure how to manipulate things, you can just right click on an object and it'll bring you all the options for what you can do with that
Yeah.
object.
And is there a little chat window here as well?
There is. In the bottom right, there's a little chat window, so everyone else in the game will be able to see you.
So I can just say,
But
hi, everybody.
we
Oh, have I?
You keep hitting numbers.
I keep hitting numbers.
There
as
are
well.
reasons
Oh,
I
no.
made hotkeys not for that.
That's my little mood board. We
Yeah.
don't need that.
There we go. Great to see you here.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Yes. So you've got the chat. That's totally a nice way to communicate. We definitely recommend for a lot of the longer sessions or maybe games where you're playing with friends and people you actually know. Definitely couple it with something like Discord or Zoom or Skype.
Yeah.
It really just sort of adds that face-to-face connection and just really makes it a bit more intimate and personal, which I think is the beauty of the platform.
Yeah.
Now, I am seeing one or two folks in our chat saying that you can also play Tabletopia on Steam if that is your platform
Yes.
of choice.
That's
And
right. And the reason you would do that is the graphics are a little higher quality there.
Yeah, I also noticed on the login screen, so you don't have to just create a direct account. You can also log in with your Facebook, and there was one other. What was it?
Twitter.
Twitter. There you go.
Yep.
So
That's right.
You can tweet your way into it. So Meridian Star is saying hi to me. You know, hey Meridian Star.
Hello.
Right.
We're also
Um,
having
so-
calls from the chat for you to throw dice at Warren's head.
Yeah. So this is awesome, right? But
Yeah.
I have a question then. The
Yeah.
UK Games Expo, obviously we have loads of people that love games, okay?
Yep.
But we also have loads of people that love to create games.
Absolutely.
How do people get their games into this? Yeah, like
100%. Yeah.
is it free? Can they do it, or do they have
Yeah.
to pay, or how? What are their options?
Of course. So we have a workshop tool. So actually, if you bump us back to the homepage, I'll just show you how that workshop tool works. And it's basically a no coding, no programming system that allows you to either upload your own custom objects or use our predefined objects and actually put them into a space where you can play games. So if you want to click that little workshop option,
Yeah.
that'll allow you to see our workshop, and you can create a new game right now. Now it might be a little slow on stream to
Yeah.
actually show off how we do this process, but you'll see here you've got all the game details you can input, upload your box art, make it all pretty, and once you're in, we've got a bunch of pre-made objects that you brought up.
Yeah,
So
I
these
can
are
see
objects already in the system where, like, if you need some cubes, we've already got them. If you need some dice, you don't have to make your own.
Yeah.
And you can just bring them into our platform and actually throw them into a setup and create them yourself. We can also make our own objects. So we have a card editor, a board editor, very versatile. All you have to do really is upload the artwork and of the card front and card back, and it'll just plop itself into there. It's a very versatile system, and you'll see down the bottom we've got the useful information. That'll take you to our knowledge base, which is incredibly comprehensive, and it runs you through every step. We have a game designer checklist on there. So this is actually a really good place for prototyping as well.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask that.
Yeah, definitely. Especially because we already have the components made, and there's no, running to your printing store and making sure the USB files work at the store, and then like printing it out and cutting everything and watching Bachelor while you miserably like assemble these pieces together. No print and play here. You just actually put the pieces into Tabletopia, and you've got a game that's ready to go. So
You can see why this would be popular with Kickstarter games. This is an opportunity for them to engage their entire audience and say, look, this is what we have in mind. You know, because most of them have these art assets and stuff already made.
Yeah,
and this is a way for them to allow people to play that game in a really slick environment.
Yeah, I have a question though. If you're creating a game, do you have the option to do like a closed beta? Say you have like a circle of close friends, you're creating a new game, and you want to actually link maybe people who are in different countries together to begin prototyping and playtesting. Is that a function you have on there?
Absolutely. So we have a thing called play zones. Basically, so first off, just for context, when you make a game on Tabletopia, it doesn't automatically go into our catalog. All the games that are on the platform publicly, you have to contact us about, and we'll vet because we want to make sure that you're the rights holder for the game, and also that it works and is pretty and is a good user experience for people who actually end up playing it.
Yeah.
So it won't be automatically publicly listed. When you create a game, you have the option to create a thing called play zones, which are not one use, but a private link that you can send to people. They'll be able to create a game in there, and they'll be able to give you feedback or maybe just enjoy this fun, weird game you've created.
Yeah.
Awesome. Very, very awesome. I like that a lot.
It's an incredible platform, you know, for both developers and players alike. You know, it's what I like about it, Mark, is I wouldn't say I'm a technophobe, okay, but I have embraced traditional aspects of gaming. I'm a retired video gamer, so
Yeah, sure.
so I love the tactileness of it, and I found obviously COVID changed everything for me, and because you know I'm unable to meet up with the folk that that I would play games with, so this then became something that I've had to adopt this approach to being able to play games virtually with folk.
Well, here's
and
a
I
question.
have found some of them to be very cumbersome, but this is very slick, and I like the fact that it doesn't have the automation and stuff there. The system gets out of my way, and just lets me do what I want to do.
But your control functions in this aren't so heavy that it feels like a slog to actually do what you're trying to do.
Yes.
You know, I found sometimes in some things like this, it's a real slog to actually pick up all your tokens, pick up multiple tokens, you know, mark wounds on this, shuffle that deck.
Yeah, this
is really well engineered.
It feels lightweight. You know, it doesn't feel cumbersome at all to use, and that's a biggie for me because it's one of those barriers to entry, Mark, that I've struggled with since COVID kicked off. So,
absolutely.
Any last important things, Mark, that people need to know about this, mate?
The one thing we didn't cover is on the homepage, you'll see a little button that says Find and Play.
Yep.
So let's say you don't have a game group. That's no worries. You can actually find strangers or friendly folks during UK Games Expo to actually play with. No rooms in there right now, but when you create a game, you'll have seen on that game page we had some options. One of them was visible to other players. That'll pop it into this Play Now page that we've got up, and that'll allow other people to join your game. And there's also the little Play Later section, which is for scheduling games in the future.
Right.
So say maybe someone wants to play kind of on an ad hoc basis, and say, you can see a lot of Ninja Squad scheduled. These look like events, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so these are games that are going to happen in the future that you can sign up for. So that's a really nice way to find. Sorry.
And then we have games in progress as well.
Yes, you can view them as well. You can sort of hop in and spectate if you want to see the action.
Oh, so we can. So if I could go into Super Fantasy Brawl here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good choice.
It started 10 minutes ago.
Yep.
Let me click watch. It's loading and preparing.
So you're a spectator right now.
Yeah.
And that'll load up, and you'll actually just see what's happening. They'll probably wonder why they're being invaded on the main page of UK Games Expo, but that's no worries.
Yeah.
I wonder that about Warren about twice a day.
Okay, so let's see. It's there just about. And let's see if we can.
Now, the first time you load a game every time on Tabletopia, it will be a touch slow because it's just got to download those assets and process them. But once it's loaded the first time, you'll actually be able to get in a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Oh, and one thing,
It's in
one
the
one thing that might concern a lot of people is saving your game, right?
Yes.
If you accidentally close your browser, or you're 2 hours into a 3 hour on Mars, and you need to, answer the real world, that's no problem. You can actually just close your browser, and when you go back to Tabletopia's main website, you'll actually see a list of your currently open games.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So if you cut to this, here I am. And I've seen the players doing a little bit there with getting their tokens and stuff in place.
Yep.
So this is the Super Fantasy Brawl by Mythic Games. Board is beautifully executed. I can see the standees and stuff there, and their control boards. Wow. And so we could just basically, if you wanted to, you could just plug in and sit back with a drink and just watch two people battle it out.
Yep.
100%.
Or if you were someone that was wanting to teach maybe a group of people a game,
Yeah.
you can jump in there with someone that already knows it. They can sit and spectate, and if you're on like your Discord or your Skype, you can start explaining what you're doing and give them a good game demo through that.
I think that's actually the solution a lot of publishers are going to be using this weekend. We've seen it with some previous expos where publishers will create a private game, and they'll move the components around, jump in as an extra player, and then once they've taught the rules, they'll let people jump out. So you might actually see that pop up a few times if you're doing some events this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like Expo does have an absolute metric ton of events running this weekend.
900
Yes.
events.
Yeah.
900. It was like 800 last time I checked.
Yeah, 900 events going to be running over the course of this weekend. Mark, thank you very much, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend some time with you on this. The system is great. Guys, definitely go and get stuck into Tabletopia. A few things for you to remember. There is a 7-day gold premium trial that you can get during Virtually Expo.
Yeah, I believe I saw in chat that the code for that is at the bottom of your profile on the Expo site.
Yeah, so go and give that a go. Loads of the companies are going to be directing you to Tabletopia over the course of this weekend anyway to get in and play their games. And heck, this whole weekend is about reaching out and playing with somebody you maybe haven't played in a long time with, or playing with somebody new. This is a great way to connect. Get them onto the Discord, open up a voice channel with them, go in here, pick a game that you love, and just have a great time. Mark, congratulations, man! This is just awesome. Right,
Thanks,
guys,
bud.
we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to continue our tour of Virtual Expo. Welcome back, guys, to Virtual Expo Live. Right. It's a whole lot of me.
I made a boo-boo.
Right. So let's talk. The website seems to be up and running. We've had a little chat to the hamsters behind the scenes.
Yes.
They're not Amazon.
No.
They don't have infinite servers. However, apparently, the way to fix it, Justin, is they now have 10 times the servers that they did have.
This sounds familiar to old problems that we used to have.
Yes, we have been in this situation ourselves at OnTableTop, so we know only too well just how difficult this is. But we seem to be up and running now. It seems to be running fairly smoothly. So if you cut to this, we can have a little bit of a browse around. So here we are on the home page.
Yep.
Set yourself up an account, okay? Yep. Once you've created an account, you'll have all of the little bits and pieces in there that you can manage.
Yep, there's your 7 days of gold account for Tabletopia.
Yes. If you watch the Tabletopia interview, there you can get the coupon code, so UKGE20, and just plug that into your Tabletopia profile. Back to the home page again. Will we drop?
Let's have a look at the stages. Yeah, let's have a look. See what they're up to.
See if right. So what is going on here? So there's what must be a round table. Which board game is named after this city? Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, there's one, Birmingham, I think, that Ben wanted to get at Expo a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I think it's Birmingham.
Well, it could be. I don't think the Piazza stage is running yet, although a number of people have thought that it's called the Pizza stage. That has been making me hungry as well, I will admit.
I could go for a Domino's.
Whenever you've created an account on the UK Games Expo site, you can then click this join the Discord, okay? And then that will get you into the Discord itself, which I can't show you just at the moment, but I will relink it so that I can in a little while. The main thing, though, is the shows. So this is the one that I wanted to talk to you about now. So coming up is Star Trek versus Star Wars, okay? It's taking place at 8 p.m., so it'll be kicking off shortly. And who is in this? So I'll give you a little bit of the synopsis. Geek culture collides in this fight to see which is better, a galaxy far, far away or the final frontier. This comedy panel show should once and for all sort out who wins. It's been a regular fixture of the Edinburgh Festival since 2015. It's toured the country, and it's a free event to watch. I am so tempted to unplug and actually just go and watch that. And then if you want to join that, that will take you, if you click the join event, it'll take you to that over on their Twitch channel. I'll just link through to it so as you can see. So this is the Twitch channel where it's going to run. But the other thing you can do is you can actually click add to my schedule. Okay. And then if I go into my account again, I can click my event schedule, and you can actually start to plan out what you want to watch and view over the course of the weekend.
Yeah,
it's a very slick system.
It
now
is.
that it has 10 times the servers behind it.
10 times the hamsters. But if you want to have a bit more of an overview, there's also a button at the bottom of that page, on that homepage,
Yep.
which says begin planning your weekend. So up,
Up.
up, up, up. Third one.
This one here, plan your weekend.
Yes.
Explore the events.
Yeah.
And there you go. You can have a look through, and you can filter all of the events by day, by category, and by type here as well, where live demos and presentations, etc. So if I want to have a look at the live shows, okay, on Friday,
And then filter.
There you go. You have Nightmare Live, Star Trek versus Star Wars.
Ooh. What time does the dark room start at? I miss it every year.
The dark room, let's see, if we click through, the dark room is kicking off on Friday at 10 o'clock. We will still be
We'll
working.
still be streaming. I missed it again.
Yet another year that we've missed the dark room. Oh well, maybe it'll be recorded and we can go in and watch it afterwards.
Well, actually, if they're doing it via Twitch and you do miss something after stream, I do believe Twitch allows you to have a look back at stuff that has been streaming. So even if you miss something, you can maybe catch it again tomorrow whenever you're having your morning coffee.
Yeah.
Although the dark room with morning coffee is not something I would possibly recommend, just because some of the gags they pull in that.
if you do get into the dark room, tell John Robertson we do say hi, and wind him up a bit for us. Yeah, we like that. We like that.
Yeah.
Right. So that is another little tour of what's going on. I'm just going to go back to my notes to see what other kinds of things we want to be telling you about. Actually, badges.
Yes, badges.
Badges. We should give away a badge.
Yes, we should. If you go to your OBS, I have it linked in as your very bottom link, and I can bring it up for everybody.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a bit.ly link. Type this in precisely, and you guys will be able to see it.
Okay.
So this is for you guys to collect a badge, and there are lots of badges to catch, which the guys were talking about.
Yeah.
So if you're taking part in events, if you're watching live streams, if you're taking part in tournaments, you can grab badges like this one.
Okay, so this is the Unlock the Twitcher badge. So we're actually giving you a badge right now. So if you visit that bit.ly link, you will unlock that Twitcher badge. Right, there's a load of live entertainment taking place over the weekend.
Of course.
Why don't we show them some of the stuff that's coming up?
Cool.
And we are going to be part of Virtually Expo.
We've missed touring this year, we've missed hanging out with people after the shows, but most of all, we've missed the board games community because you guys are amazing.
Yeah, well, the way we've been getting through lockdown is by doing shows online. So it's really exciting that we get to do one at Expo this year. It's one of our favourite gigs of the year, and to be part of such a lineup of cool stuff.
Absolutely, and in fact, it's two of our favourite gigs of this year because we're going to be on Friday 21st and Saturday 22nd of August doing full hour-length shows, and you can bet we'll be signing up to everything else to be in the audiences too, because it's great.
Yeah. Our shows are free, so if you have friends who you know would like Jolly Boat but have never been able to make it to a show, like when you're actually physically at Expo, there is no time to do everything there. So this is a perfect occasion to bring them along, come and watch a free online show.
And hopefully they'll find something they love, because, you know, we love us.
We do. See you there.
Is it over? Lockdown's finished? Is it safe? Greetings. I'm Tragard from Nightmare Live. Join me at the Virtually Expo this August. Click the link below for your badge. We can play the creative game of luck and chance. 2 meters, Pickle.
Far away in a cursed land, something waits for you in the Story Master's Tales.
We are about to play a game on Twitch, supporting the UK Games Expo, Virtually Expo. You'll wait to find yourself in a dark room. The dark room is an insane, interactive stand-up comedy text adventure. The chat picks options off the screen. If you win, you get crap prizes. If you fail... That's the dark room, this Friday, 10 p.m., Saturday, 4 p.m. and 9 p.m., Sunday, 2 p.m. My neighbors are gonna hate it. Shut up, Darren!
Hello, we're Jollyboat, and we are going to be part of Virtually Expo.
We've missed touring this year, we've missed hanging out with people after the shows, but most of all, we've missed the board games community because you guys are amazing.
Yeah, well, the way we've been getting through lockdown is by doing shows online. So it's really exciting that we get to do one at Expo this year. It's one of our favourite gigs of the year, and to be part of such a lineup of cool stuff.
Absolutely, and in fact, it's two of our favourite gigs of this year because we're going to be on Friday 21st and Saturday 22nd of August doing full hour-length shows, and you can bet we'll be signing up to everything else to be in the audiences too, because it's great.
Yeah.
Hey guys, and welcome back. Okay, so we're getting a chance to sit down now with Nick from Ludorati. Well, Nick, you do lots of different things now, don't you? It's so you have a board game cafe, but you have an app and stuff that you're launching. Do you want to give us a little bit of history, Nick, of about yourself and the company?
Sure, Warren. It's Ludorati started out back in 2016 as a board game cafe based in Nottingham, close to the castle. But since then, we've been doing quite a lot of different things around the cafe. Obviously, it does the usual library of games, about 1,000 games we have in the library. But also, we've been doing a lot of other things as well. And one of the things we've been doing recently, whilst all the COVID lockdown was going on, has launched our app, which is freely available on Apple and Google Play. And that allows our members to basically things like reserving tables. It also looks at booking other things like our escape drone, which I'll come on to shortly. We recently launched our online store, so we've been quite busy over the last few months. That's been open for the last few months, but we've only been doing local to the cafe, but we're just about to launch a national retail delivery option this coming week. And also we have other things, that live events that was due to start this year, but has been pushed back to next year.
Yeah.
Possibly the biggest one for us has been the last few months has been our Games Wizard Mark II, which is basically a recommendation engine that we're near to finalizing the front end. It's what we call the Netflix of board games, which is designed to help people select the right game to both play and buy. That's pretty much where we're at.
Yeah.
If you want me to just explain a little bit on the Games Wizard, we started this a few years ago because we were concerned that people didn't actually know the games they should be playing. A lot of people come into the cafe and finding that on one or two recommendations, but recommendations aren't always the right thing for members, because we've got personal recommendations are fine up until the individual.
Yeah.
So we started to categorize all the games we had in the library. We pretty much invented our own classification system. There are one or two around, but we always felt they were a little bit short on being consistent. So we had what we call the 2020 grid, which was the main gameplay by genre. And it's three-dimensional. I won't bore you to tears with it, but effectively it meant we could actually pinpoint any game on the grid. And so members coming into the cafe could at least search for a game based on parameters, whether it's a two-player, what genre, sci-fi, fantasy, so etc., and the kind of game that they were playing. And it was during this time we realized that actually only went so far, and we started to build a recommendation engine by people completing questionnaires on games they've played. It's taken us a couple of years, but we're now at the point where the recommendation engine has been built, and we recommend, and we're just building the front end for people to be able to interact so that they start to get a recommendation of games to potentially play that they might not have realized, and or reconfirming games that may have been suggested to them. And that's really a bolt-on from the original Games Wizard, as I said, back in 2017. And that's part of our digital membership scheme. I'll stop there, Warren, in case you want to ask a question.
No, you're fine. So this is the Ludorati app. Is it available on iOS and Android, or how do people get the app?
It was pretty much built in a month. It is available on both. We know that because members have been downloading it. This is a free app, so obviously people can download. But it gives, we've actually linked into a number of Facebook pages and news. So even UK Expo and Tabletop News are both on here, so people can access this through our app. But it does mean that people can reserve our tables or hiring from anywhere, obviously, to come into the cafe. Because normally our way has been email and or phone. This now means that people can automate through actually using the app. And they can also access the online store through it. They can also see what games we have in the library now for the first time. And there are one or two other things on there as well. So it seems to work. People have downloaded it. So it's something that obviously we thought was just a good idea to do.
Yeah. So let me try to unpack this now, because I find this very interesting. So you've created a recommendation engine where people can obviously enter some details of what they're after, and then you talk about it being three-dimensional. So there's a lot of different touch points that it's connecting together to pull out the appropriate game for them to have a go at.
Yes. Yeah, originally we started as a research project because this was on the back of us actually just classifying the games.
Yeah.
What we originally started with 25 questions, which was obviously quite a lot, but we wanted to get enough information to provide us with enough data to be able to see, a robust model. But that's now been shortened to 12 questions because we found that there were 12 key questions that you could ask about a game that would give us insight to the way people enjoyed a game and why they enjoyed it. So it's a little bit more detailed than people realize with Netflix, which just has a lot of raw data.
Yeah.
We asked people to actually rate a game, not just how good it was, but actually why they liked the game on a number of parameters. And based on that data, by filling in a few of these, we're able to start using, in the techno speak, nearest neighbor and latent factor models, if you want, to start to be able to generate for us a list of games for people that they can start to look at to play. And this came out of the fact that we realized that there's so many games now on the market, and there are thousands and thousands of games.
Yeah.
And we recognized in our own library in the cafe that many games never got played because people just didn't know them and didn't know whether or not it's a worthwhile game to play. Because one of the things you have is people have to invest time to learn a new game.
Yeah.
And so the danger always is that if you spend quite a bit of time, as I've done in the past, playing a game, then finding actually it's not quite the game I wanted. So this all came out of obviously observing people in the cafe. And we were hoping, unfortunately with COVID, it put us back a little bit because of resource. But we are to the point where we know the engine works, and we're just now making sure that we can front end it so it ends up as being a web page stroke app that people go on, and it will actually recommend to them the games. Not dissimilar to a Netflix. If you go to netflix.com, if you're aware of that, we're hoping to try and build a similar type of interface.
Yeah. And in terms of the size of the games catalog, so is it just the games that you have available within the cafe, or is this something that people all over the world could basically use as a means of finding games that they might want to have a go at?
Yeah, two things. You're right. At the moment, we started with the number of games in the cafe, and we're building that up to about 1,000. But our intent is the fact that people can fill in any game that there is out there. There's a limitation to some of the simpler games, but where you talk about board games in particular, we are looking to basically catalogue every board game going. It'll take a little bit of time, but we are of the strategy here of actually over time getting all the games on there, so that people can go to it and find a game that they want to play. Basically, that is the objective.
Fascinating.
Now, Warren, this actually solves a problem that you've talked to me about a few times. Whenever you and your missus and your kids and your family are going away on holiday,
yes,
what games do you pack in the car when you go camping?
Yes, Nick. Every summer, on the run up to summer, I put out a call out on the channel for recommendations of games that are perfect for travel, that I can take for myself and the family to play. And so there's a certain number of criteria that it has to fit. And the criteria are changing a little bit as my family grows and they get older. But it's absolutely fascinating because there are obviously the dimensional aspect of this means that it could be quite surprising what games it pulls out of an archive based on your preferences and the likes.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are looking to build a group function in there so that people can feed in either family members or even, because we get a lot of people who come to the cafe in groups. And we're looking to get a group function on there so you can feed in people's data or collate people's data and the outcome, the most probable match for the game to be played. Because we get this as a matter of course anyway with groups coming into the cafe. And we are reliant upon a games master knowing what game to recommend. But however, any group of people coming together, it can be quite difficult. We have quite a few corporates, or have had until the COVID set in. We had a lot of corporate groups coming in, and the question was always, which games would you select for the group in there? And so you always invariably had to pick a number of games, but the question still was based on somebody's personal recommendation. What we're trying to do with this is we're not trying to ignore a recommendation, but we are trying to build a bit of science around it so it's more objective, so that up comes a number of games that may be considered that perhaps wouldn't have been considered if just purely based on one's own knowledge of some games, because there is a limit, in terms of how many games you play. And particularly when you've got kids as well. I've got two kids that are now into the teenage years, and I've got the same issue where certain games they were playing a couple of years ago, they're changing. And the idea of the rating system is you can overwrite so people can re-rate a game, because there is no doubt that people's view of a game does change over time. Monopoly is a great, for better or worse, is a gateway game. But that once people start to migrate to other games, we call them pathways, people start to play other games. We do ask, or we are going to be asking people to re-rate some games to see whether or not that changes their profile. Because the profile has to be dynamic and it has to be real time. And those are two big things when it comes to a recommendation engine that we're hoping to build. Well, we have built them in. It's just a question now of getting the interface right. Because games, as you know, once you play one or two, you can go back and change your rating of a game, and that will actually change your profiling. And other people's rating of the game also will change it. So we're trying to make sure that it becomes real time and dynamic. And there's the potential for it to have a group function, which means that you can then spit out a game that's come out of several people's profiles, which would be the most appropriate choice.
That sounds fascinating.
It sounds interesting, yeah.
And one of the key things of a recommendation engine. Look, no recommendation engine is going to be perfect.
No,
okay?
but if
and
you
nobody in their right mind sets out to create a recommendation that's perfect. What makes a recommendation engine special to me is when it pulls out the games that I would never have thought to look at in the first place.
Well, you see, for myself, it's if they can aggregate the group data to go, okay, so this group likes this stuff. This group's very similar, and this group has never played this game that this group has played and loves. Maybe that group should play that game and try that game.
Wow, you're well into science now, man.
Simplest terms.
So, as I said, we use a bit of the technical stuff, but you have to do that with a recommendation engine. But the key thing is people being able to profile games, because a profile then generates a profile for the individual, and it also creates a profile for the game itself. So every time somebody completes a profile, we get two profiles, one for the individual and one for the game. This is why over time we're able to collate more and more data, all individual, but the game profile itself has its own profile, so we're able to then start the matching process. And it will be as good as you say, on the recommendation. And yes, some games it will spit out that people go, oh yes, of course. But that's fine also, because that's what it should do. It should also recommend games that you should know or should be playing. But we were concerned because, as you know, the games industry in UK Expo is a classic example. Every year I go there, and the same for Essen and obviously the same in the States. You know, there's games coming out now all the time, thousands and thousands of games. And one of the biggest issues for me is that a lot of good games can sit on a shelf not being played. And I find it so sad that it's been designed well, that, you know, a lot of creativity has gone in, and yet it sits on a shelf purely because people don't realize how good that game is. And it also acts as a bit of a marker against marketing as well. As much as I can say that this can be used for marketing purposes, I think there's a danger sometimes that marketing can overplay games, and then people's expectation is obviously higher than maybe it is, and so it can put people off. I always get concerned with the film algorithm. If I go to a cinema on the basis of recommendation, somebody says, go and watch this film, and I find it wasn't that good. It doesn't matter how good the cinema is, my experience is not that good. And that's always been my concern going to a cafe or playing a game at a friend's house or in a group. That, and particularly if you're new to this, which is always what our intent has been, we've never been talking about just playing to board gamers. We've been trying to stretch over and bring people in who may have played the last board game 10 years ago at Christmas. And you know, we're trying to always introduce people to the gaming community who are new to this, who have only ever played Monopoly or chess or battleships. And for us, there's a huge wad of people, as we found out now, that will play a game if it's the right game for them. We always say there's a right game for them somewhere. So this was always an attempt to try and just make the customer experience better. You know, that was it really.
Yeah. Now, this is one of the reasons I absolutely adore UK Games Expo, because the people who are creating the games are there and they can bring you in. But having something like this, because Expo comes once a year. What do you do for the other 364 days of the year?
True. And Nick, I suppose one of the things I keep coming back to this dimensionality that you're talking about, because I'm imagining that, you know, if you're thinking of like a two-dimensional recommendation engine, it's going to recommend what I'm kind of expecting it to recommend. I imagine that the depth of this will hopefully be able to pull games to the forefront that wouldn't necessarily have been on your list. I suppose one of the things I'm trying to find out is obviously part of our gaming is the discovery, you know, and discovering games that you would maybe be out of our comfort zone. It wouldn't be the thing that we would typically go to look at, but there may be elements in there that are very much part of something that we would enjoy. I'm thinking that something like this, with its depth, would be more likely to discover those.
We're expecting it to do that. Obviously, the model itself we've built, but one of the key things is you can still filter. So, you know, if you haven't played two-player games and want to play a two-player game, then it will come out with a filter. So there might be a recommendation, but then you can filter it further in the sense of, or you want something maybe it's only 30 minutes long. You know as well as I do that, you know, as a serious gamer, you can play games for several hours. But at the same time, if you have a group of friends with you, you might want a half an hour game or an hour game. And the question then begs, which one is it? You know, and this comes back to logging enough games in there. And the limitations will be, you know, how many people we can rate games. And it doesn't take too many ratings of a game to give us the data anyway. But it's actually just being able to map as many games as possible. It'll take a little bit of time, but already we've already done some example tests with clients, you know, members who filled it in, and it's already coming up with 30, 40 recommendations before we even start. You know, and the question for us actually isn't actually give them a long list. It's actually to feed them a list at first, which you can then just add on to over time, because the problem is just recommending so many games as you have the same problem. Which one do I start with? So in that way, we've been monitoring the Netflix way of doing things in terms of how they've done the movies and how they've done, you know, how they've done their front end. And not we're going to copy it, but we want to be able to do it in a way that's easy for people to navigate. And it just comes up with recommendation. You know, coming out with new things is an important one. You know, things that you wouldn't have thought about is what we're trying to achieve here.
Is there a way to filter down for like more indie style companies, those newer startups?
The idea is that we've got a test team already at the cafe, and we're trying to bring every new game that's coming out I mean, unfortunately, with COVID, it put it a little bit on stop. But every new game coming out, it doesn't matter where it's from. There is you might start to join the dots and realise how this can work with Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I won't go much more into that, but to say that there are ways in which we're able to be able to target members for even Kickstarter programs and projects. So anybody indie, we're certainly wanting to be bringing games on board that aren't just the major publishers. We ourselves have got our own indie type company, Board Game Design. So, for us, it's the same kind of thing. We're trying to make sure that we cover all angles on this. We don't really want to miss people out at all. So we would like to think that indie games get just as much resonance here as the mainstream, as the main publisher games.
Yeah,
so
that's an idea I really
What
like.
are the timescales then on this? When could people expect to be able to start playing with this?
Well, we've got the front end has been done, even though it's not fully automated. You can actually complete this with our digital membership and actually complete profiles. We can actually do them manually, which is just about to start the manual process. But we've already engaged with a software firm that's got more of the expertise than us in terms of the coding front end. As you probably realise, that as much as you do the recommendation engine black box, the real issue is actually getting the coding to come up with the front end on a web page or app that's then easily as a GUI interface, if we can still say that. It's it just makes it easy for people to enter. That's what we're expecting to build over the next 30 days or so. We don't want to be taking too long because we just want to get this out and getting it used.
Yeah.
So we kind of got a beta version, but the beta version is not all fully fitted yet. But the engine has been built.
Yeah.
It's not like we're kind of going, oh no, this will be next year. We expect to be fully launched on this sometime later this year.
Happy days.
Unfortunately, COVID just kind of threw a slight spanner in the works.
Yes.
But we do expect this to be going live shortly.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Nick, look, thank you very much, mate, for joining us. It's a fascinating project you're working on. If anybody wants to keep up with this, they can go to ludoraticafe.com. Your Facebook link and stuff is there on that page. So, yeah, Nick, thank you, mate. We will be keeping in touch and try and find out more as and when you get it developed.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Okay, guys, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to be exploring some more of the Virtual Expo. Hi guys, and welcome back. Ooh, it's me again.
I keep doing this. It's late. My brain no work.
Okay, everybody. So remember, you can dialogue with us this evening. We are monitoring all of the chats. All of the chats belong to us, Justin. We are monitoring them all.
Yeah. So if you're wanting to join us, you can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Facebook. You can watch us on Twitch. And if you're a Twitterer, we'll be on there too.
Periscope.
Okay.
Periscope. We should be on the old TikTok. So we should, we should have been on the old TikTok tonight.
No. You see, I think this year I can officially call myself a grumpy old man. I don't understand TikTok. I don't get it. I don't get it.
It's easy, man. I'll tick, you talk.
No.
Yeah, right. Guys, it's the pair of us for the entire weekend. We are here to keep you company. This is basically like a poor man's version of the Truman Show. So if you just want to watch...
Wait. Am I Truman? Is it all a show?
Two guys going mad through exhaustion. This is it. Just plug us in, go and relax and have a sleep, and we'll just keep wittering away and talking nonsense for the entire weekend. Warzan has had a bit of a shave to his face. I went for the old clean look because UK Games Expo and all of that.
I'm just always rough and ready, man. That's just me. Look at it go grey.
This is like our Eurovision. This is like our Eurovision. So that we basically are the gaming fire saga right now. So it's I'm checking you out. Yeah. Please, if you're with us, get into the chat. I'm also monitoring. If you click to it, Justin,
you're in our Discord on the main stage.
Yeah, I'm also monitoring the main stage. Is anybody in the main stage? If you are in the main stage, say hello to me. And if you guys are not...
Well, hang on. You did this to me. No. I think it's time to give away a prize.
Okay.
And so, everybody out there, jump into the main stage on the UK Games Expo Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, you can do it from the homepage. Give me a Warren meme.
A Warren meme.
Yes.
Yeah.
First one to do it gets a prize.
That's going to be a who ate all the pies meme there, isn't it? Right?
I don't know.
Yeah. So if you get in there, if you get a Warren meme in there, first one to do a Warren meme is going to get a prize. Your prize will be, we will send Justin to you to live with you for a week in a tuxedo. You'll get plenty of bad joinery done, but the value of your house will go down.
Right. Hang on. I have to work for like 3 weeks just to be able to take a week off.
Here we go. Let's talk a little bit more about the show.
Yes.
Martin R has memed. He's found my meme.
Yes.
On the thing. So he has discovered it. He has discovered the Warzone meme.
Okay.
Go and fill out the prize claim form,
yeah.
and you will get a goodie bag and some codes to some online games. All right.
Yes.
Right. One of the big things, as you'll have seen in the little breaks that we're taking, is the awards.
Yes.
So we were going to talk you through how you go about voting in those awards, and have a little bit of a look at the voting functionality that is in there. So, let me do this. Okay? So I press number 2, and there we are. This is the homepage, as we'll all know. I'm logged in. So, if I go to awards shortlist.
Yes, this will give you the shortlist of the games that you can vote on.
Okay.
Now, I do believe there is a second page where you get a little bit of a deeper description of each category.
So if I go to, let's see, best miniatures games, clearly, I am qualified for this.
Yes.
Clearly, I am qualified for this.
After 11 years, I think so, yeah.
Right. So let me go in here, and if I click the vote now, not that I want to, influence things or not.
Well, who's on there?
So we've got Frostgrave Perilous Dark. So this is best miniature rules, okay? Last Days Zombie Apocalypse by Osprey, and Ragnarok Heavy Metal by Osprey.
Well, Osprey is one of those companies that just does rule sets.
Yes.
And they do fantastic rule sets. Now, I'm personally a sucker for anything zombie apocalypse, but Warren, maybe it's your vote, so you can cast it as you will. I will not be guilty of voting tampering.
Do you want to know the beauty of this, right? As I was actually quite worried that it would influence the voting and that maybe disadvantage a company. But I somehow expect Osprey might win this. So
Possible. But the question is, what is the hot miniature wargaming rule set at the minute, do you think?
okay, I am going to go for dum 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 dum.
I know you.
Dum 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 dum.
I know him. I know where this is going.
I'm going to go for Ragnarok, heavy
Vikings.
metal combat in the Viking Age.
Well, get your vote in.
So I'm going to chuck my vote in there now for that.
And you get a badge for that, I believe.
Did I get a badge for that?
I believe when you vote, you get a badge, if I remember
Okay,
right.
so if I go to here, and where do I find my badges?
It should be in there.
It should be in there. Virtually Expo badges.
Bingo.
So if I go into there,
Yeah.
oh, you can see how few badges I've got. I have Chatterbox.
Yep.
Because I've joined the Discord server, not because they know me. I have the Expo Dragon.
Yep.
Because I pre-booked.
Yep.
I have the Eager Beaver because I logged in on the Friday.
Yep.
This is awesome. I have the Have a Go Hero because I've logged in for 1 day. And that's it.
you so far.
That's it so far. So I probably need to vote a few more times before I get it. But
Yeah, but you can go in there and you can see what you have to do to get your badges, because some people, they have that completionist thing about them. They love
Yes.
getting badges. So that's
and
where you can go
remember,
to find
guys,
them.
at the end of the expo, right, whoever has the most badges.
Yeah, I think we forgot to say this in the start.
Yeah, no, we did say it.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah. Whoever has the most badges at the end of Expo is going to win basically a load of board games. There's
Yeah.
going to be a parcel of board games sent to you. If more than one person
Yep.
has the same number of badges at the end,
Yep. If there's a tie.
yeah, then it'll be one of you at random from
Yes.
that'll win a bunch of board games. Right, so that is do you know what? I want to go back in there, Justin, and have a look at some more of the awards category. So here is the descriptions of it, so we can see the best miniatures range.
Yep.
Do you know what? Let's go and have a look at that one, okay? So if I go in there, UK Games Expo shortlist. And so we've got the miniatures rules, now the miniatures range. Ooh, right.
Is this going to be a toughie?
It is actually. Right, so let's go into vote now. Right, so
who
this
do we have?
time we have the Dungeons & Dragons Nolzur's Marvelous Miniatures from WizKids. And then we have Frostgrave's Wizards 2 and Oathmark Dwarf Heavy Infantry.
Now, I've unboxed 2 out of the 3 of these, I believe.
Which ones did you unbox?
So I believe I've done the Heavy Infantry and the Wizards 2.
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain that we have done the Nolzur's Marvelous Miniatures from the Dungeons & Dragons range. They're them beautiful miniatures that the WizKids have put together.
Yeah. Now,
That's a tricky one.
right. See, for me, I look more than just the sculpts on this. I'm looking at customizability. What can I build from the box and put into a game? And talking to Jerry, see that Oathmark box?
Yes.
You grab a couple of those and you pretty much have enough to get an army on the table.
Really?
Yeah, that for me puts that particular box up there. Not that I want to influence the vote.
You see, for me, those D&D minis are absolutely beautiful. And they serve as a really great gateway to pull all those role players out there who are doing stuff in their mind's eye to get that, and then they come and they become one of us, one of the miniature crowd, you know? So
Yeah,
we get to
All right, I always
Hook 'em
would
in.
say Warren's a D&D 4th player.
I'm a D&D what player?
4th edition player.
No way, man.
That was the one with all the miniatures.
No, you've got this all wrong, man. You know, look, that was too gamey. It was too gamey.
It was very
too
war
overt,
gamey, I
right?
will admit.
Whenever I D&D, okay,
5th ed?
my minis come to life. It's Warren's Ed.
Warren's Ed. Yeah.
It's Warren's Ed. My minis just come to life. And the minis and the opportunity to visualize some cool stuff on the tabletop. You know, I'm very happy to play D&D with in the mind's eye. Jerry, one of our team, loves to slap me around every time that I say I want to have miniatures.
Yep. Jerry is currently in the Twitch chat as well, keeping an eye on everybody.
Yeah, Jerry is our gentle giant, but whenever you talk about using minis in D&D, he will go.
Yep.
But I still do it, and I just love it because, you know, I'm a miniatures gamer. You know, I'm a war gamer. I'm a miniatures gamer. I just love getting stuck in.
Okay,
so,
we have someone asking just to re-show how you do the voting. So we'll go through it one more time. Yeah.
Okay, so let me run through the how to vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so go to the UK Games Expo site for Virtually Expo.
Yes.
Okay. Then you go to what's on, and then you go to awards shortlist. Okay.
So that's under the events tab. Yeah.
Yep. Be logged in. Once you go into the awards shortlist, okay, you then get your different categories. Okay. I am going to place a vote now, Justin.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it's your vote.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it into out to the chat. Okay. Okay, chatters. We are monitoring the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat. All the chats belong to us. Put your votes in now. Is it D&D minis, Frostgrave, or Oathmark? Get them in there. I want to see a tally of it, and we'll let them influence our vote.
Okay, I'm seeing Frostgrave.
Frostgrave has taken an early lead thanks to Dutch JAFO.
Voting twice.
Yeah. Oh, we've got an Oathmark vote in there from James Cutts. Frostgrave, D&D. Come on, guys. Give him.
One for everybody. Oathmark and Frostgrave are tied.
So Frostgrave and Oathmark are tied at the moment.
D&D just came up. D&D takes the lead.
D&D just took a big leap there. Oh, guys, come on, keep it coming.
D&D's taking the lead.
Keep going, guys.
Frostgrave catching up.
D&D and Frostgrave are now neck and neck. Oathmark is back up there.
Of course, Lloyd.
It's like a horse race, man. It's like a horse race. Okay, Frostgrave are out the front now. Okay, next vote gets it. Whatever the next vote is going to be what gets it. Let's see. Who is it and what's it going to be?
Drum roll, please.
Ooh, come on. Oathmark. Oathmark gets it.
Thank you. Dwarves always win.
Okay. And I shall vote, and Oathmark has now been voted.
Yeah, so
actually,
once
you're in there,
because
it is one I would have picked for the same reasons that Justin and Jerry would have picked it, because yes, it is a really good way to get an army together very quickly.
And so for those that were asking, once you're in there, you select your option and hit vote. Be logged in.
Yes, yes, be logged in. Be logged in. Right. Will we have a look and see what's coming up?
Yeah, if you want, we can go and have a little bit of a gander around the expo, see what's coming up in the next few hours.
I got the UK Games Expo guys to make me a little special kind of events page.
Yeah, this is Warren's space.
This is my personal events dashboard. You guys don't get to play with this, but I do. So I can actually browse around. So who have we got coming up? So we have the Works live stream coming up in about 20 minutes or so from now.
Yeah.
Let's see who's going to join us from that. So Works,
Warren has
we
a clipboard.
have Kosala, the founder and CEO of Works, coming in to have a chat with us then. That's at 9 p.m. Over on the Toot stage, we have the Rollicits Live. Ooh.
What's this?
Well, let's go and have a look, will we?
Yeah.
So here we have so
Guide for Parents.
For parents to Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop role playing. So they have Mustang in there from Heroes Without Limits. They have Alessio Cavatori from River Horse. And they have Rupert Grayling from the Goblin's Chest. And it's hosted by Callum from the Roaster. So if you're interested in finding out more about D&D from a parent's perspective, definitely go and join that. And remember, you can click join the event, which will take you to the Twitch TV channel where it's going to be streamed. Or you can click the add to my schedule. and then that will put that in there. I'm sorry, I'm going to miss that one as well, actually.
Again, it's being streamed, so fingers crossed, it should be recorded and you can catch up later.
Yeah, let's check out.
I think whenever we take some downtime next week, we're going to be just catching up on everything.
Yeah, I think so. I think we need a week off after this just to get caught up. Oh my goodness, something
has
is
gone
happening
live.
on the pizza stage. Okay, so at 9 p.m. Oh, this is the one I wanted to see.
Really? Click on in.
Yeah. Where do you see this one, guys? So this is the just what the heck happened to the industry. Okay, so this one has it has Peter Adkinson, the owner of Gen Con, in it. They were cancelled this year as well.
Of course.
And they have Alex Yeager in there. They have Steve Jackson Games in there. And then they have Richard and Tony from UK Games Expo. And what they're basically going to be talking is the particular impact that COVID-19 has had on the hobby games industry. It's been quite interesting. We've been watching it firsthand as well. Some aspects of the industry are exploding. Other aspects of the industry are being basically almost like held underwater.
Yeah, pretty much
at the moment. So
now, we do have a little question in here, Warren. Nine is asking, that menu's only for you. So I think there actually is another drop-down menu that's useful for everybody. So if you go to What's On,
okay.
And down in that left-hand column, it's actually showing you what's happening, or is it in the events? It's in one of the two. Go to the second one.
Events.
Yeah. So you've got the main stage in there. You've got all of the lists of things that are happening through the weekend.
Okay.
So if you're wanting to go and find stuff, that is the list you want to work from. Okay.
Okay.
Just to help you find your games.
So this is a way of just browsing around, seeing all the publisher designer events,
and it will list them out for the entire weekend.
Seminars. They're all in there.
Yeah, and it's listed out for the entire weekend, so it's giving you time to plan out your entire expo weekend now.
There we go. Right. Let's see, what else have we got on the expo that we want to have a look at? There are tutorial videos, guys. So
there are indeed.
If you go to, I think it's
What's On.
What's On, okay, and click on Playing Online.
Yes.
Is that it? And then once you're into Playing Online, it actually has a series of tutorial videos on how you can find games during the expo, and how you get them up and running. So they've got Tabletopia in there, they've got Board Game Arena in there, they have Exploring the Exhibitor Hall, and how you join in via an exhibitor stand. So there's a number of help and how-to videos there that you can basically get up to speed with how you're going to get some games in.
Well, this is a very different gaming experience for folks out there. So I really appreciate the work that the Expo crew have put in to make it as easy as possible for folks to dive in and start learning these new formats for games.
Will we have a look around the exhibiter hall, see what else is in it?
We can do if you want, so go to the homepage.
Let's do that. So we'll go scrolling down, and we're going to browse the show floor, okay? Now, let's do a bit of discovery, Justin, okay? Let's find something. I'm always looking at miniature games and stuff like that there, so let's not do that, okay?
All right, I'll tell
What will
you
we
what.
have a look at? Well, we have a look at family games.
Honestly, you're a family man, so let's go.
Okay, let's do this, Justin. So let's see what options we have under family games. So we have Asmodee, Catan, some of the companies that you would normally expect. But let's see who else is in here. So we have Games Quest. Let's see who Games Quest are. So a leading supplier of tabletop games and collectibles. They have a Discord, so if you're interested, you can go and join them on their own Discord.
Yeah. Now, if I remember right, Games Quest is a company which really specializes in like Kickstarter fulfillment. Because I've had games come in from Kickstarter and have the labeling for these guys on there.
Yeah. So you've got ShipQuest fulfillment, TradeQuest distribution. And then they partner with a number of publishers. Okay, yeah, but it's I want to find somebody who actually makes family games.
All right, my suggestion is going to be check games company. So scroll up.
Okay.
And down a little.
Yeah.
No, keep it on that.
Okay.
Because Czech Games Company is near the top. So just scroll down a little and you'll see them on the left-hand side, second in, there you go. So CGE.
CGE.
There you are.
Okay. Let's
These
have a look at
guys do some of my favorite family and party games that you can find.
Okay. So we can check them out on their Twitch and over on their Discord. And scrolling down, then we can start to see what their streaming schedule is for during UK Games Expo. So they have the Under the Foiling Skies playthrough, Lost Ruins of Arnak playthrough, and then coming up at 9 p.m. We have the Under Falling Skies playthrough again. So this is awesome. The fact that they've put this up and you can actually go in and start to try these things out and watch them. And some of these are demos, so you can actually
learn how to
maybe
play,
get involved in it. Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, these guys do some fabulous party games and stuff. I mean, like you've seen things like Codenames. You've got Anzac there, or Arnak. Sorry,
yep.
Dyslexia.
Anzac, that's a biscuit, Justin.
Yes, I know that's a biscuit. I'm hungry.
So you've got the Under Falling Skies. Yeah.
And you've got some trailers and stuff in there for them as well.
Awesome.
So definitely a highly recommended company from me because they do some fabulous work.
Yeah, and as always, you can also go into their Discord, which quite a popular Discord, this one.
So Warren, I think I see what's breaking our Discord. You see, as you're joining the Discord, your OBS is trying to bring that in. So you need to relink it.
Okay, right, I understand. Right, so can you bring up the Discord?
I can.
Yeah,
there you go.
So I'm just going to type a message into these. Hi everyone at Czech Games or at CCE. This is
CGE.
Warren calling. Sorry, CGE. Yeah. Okay. Good spot, Justin. This is Warren calling. Your plan for the show looks amazing. Have a great show.
And you've hit a number.
Oh no, have I?
You have.
Of course I have. Yeah, there we go. Have a great show. There we go. I'm enjoying this, bombing into Discords and saying hi to everybody. So
yeah, it's cool. And I mean, like this is really cool because even after Expo's done, those Discords are still going to be around. So if you find a new gaming group in that Discord, chances are you're going to be able to stay in touch with them through that.
Yes, yeah. Like I said, you guys, you pop into these Discords, say hi to these folk, and you say to them, anybody up for a game?
Don't be shy.
Will we try and see if the bot is working now for the game?
Yes, so you're going to the main UK Games Expo Discord.
Okay, so back into the main UK.
Fabulous, absolutely
Very
fabulous.
Good. Very good, guys.
Where did the crab hands one come from? I'm really curious.
Right, so where do I need to go then, Justin? I need to go into, is it Open Gaming?
Yep.
Yeah. And then what do I type in?
So I believe it's
/LFG.
And then the game.
Catan.
Try Catan, yeah.
Yeah.
Bot is alive.
Bot is alive.
And that is one of the best ways to connect with people to get a game on.
Yeah, so if you go in and you type in the LFG,
and then the game you want to play, that will put you in a queue and start linking you up with gamers.
Okay.
Why do you want to now play Catan?
No, well, wait, I'm going to try another one.
Okay.
/LFG.
Yep.
Hero Quest.
Ah.
Yeah!
It's there.
Warzan's looking to play Hero Quest.
You're always looking to play Hero Quest.
I'm always looking to play Hero Quest. You know, it's like, whoa. So, and I know somebody out there, a certain laughing boy, who has a beautifully painted Hero Quest. All I just need is the invite to come to his house and give him my COVID so we can watch it.
Heading into his hobby bunker.
Right. Guys, we are coming up to the top of the hour again.
Yeah, we are about 13 minutes out before our next interview.
So if you have any questions or anything like that, just stick them into the chat and we will try to answer it. And if we can't, we will find someone who can.
In fact, best place to put these is into the main stage on Discord for your questions.
Yes, if you haven't...
Because it will roll a lot slower than our regular chat rooms.
Yes, if you haven't joined the Discord yet, it is a key component, not only of this weekend, Okay, it's not only a key component of this weekend, but it's rapidly becoming a key component of gaming culture and how we as gamers keep in touch and interact with one another. And you're seeing here this weekend it's how we can interact with the game developers and publishers and things like that as well. It is a really interesting platform, and it's a platform that we introduced as part of our community building for OnTableTop about a year ago, I think it was. So about a year ago, we put it together for our Cult of Games members. They're the folk that support OnTableTop. They pay $3.79 a month, and it helps us keep the lights on, basically. It helps us survive week on week.
Yeah, it helps keep my head shiny.
Yes. So we opened a Discord for those folk. We opened it up public whenever lockdown started, because I'll be honest, we were concerned about people being isolated from one another. So we thought, well, look, we want our entire community to be able to come in there.
Yeah.
So if you want, what I'm going to do, okay, let's see if I can do this. So
Are you going to chuck an invite into the main stage?
So if you're in the main stage right now, okay, I'm going to give you guys a code that you can use to join our Cult of Games Discord, which is tremendous fun, actually. The Cult of Games Discord is a lot of fun. So if I go in there and then go back to the main stage, where is it? Which is here, and then I will paste that in there.
I'm loving the memes.
There we go. So if you fancy coming in and joining us in our own Discord, we have nearly 1,000 members in there, and it is a lot of fun. And one of the things that's extra special to me is there is not a single morning where a COG member doesn't post good morning. And they get in there and they basically make my day. They make my day. So it's if you haven't joined, you'd be very, very welcome. We'd love to have you in there. Also,
Warren, we're getting very close to our next interview. Wrap it up.
I know.
Wrap it up.
Oh, go on,
we need time in case something goes sideways.
Go on.
We will be back with everybody later to do this.
No, let me tell them one more thing.
One thing, go.
Okay, right. Between us and you, in our Discord server on a Wednesday night, okay, at 8 p.m. UK time, I run a pirate radio station. Okay?
It's not exactly pirate if everybody knows.
Well, shh, we don't tell everybody.
You just did!
Right, but look, anyway, if you come and join our Discord on a Wednesday night at 8 p.m. UK time, I run a pirate radio station, okay? Of course, when my boils allow.
Thanks, Jerry.
Thank you for that, Jerry. But yes, if you come in and you join up, what it's going to do is going to ask you to join a house, okay? That bit might not be working. If it's not working, don't panic. We will assign you a house you will be in very, very shortly, okay? But yeah, I do pirate radio on a Wednesday night, and it's great fun. It is super good fun. It's a call-in show. We get some great tunes. We have
good laughs.
Yeah, we have great tunes. We have a bit of a laugh, and
you call me when I'm cooking dinner.
And we have two interesting topics on the night.
Yep.
And the idea is that you can either get into the chat and get involved, or you can come on the actual show via one of the calling channels and talk to me, or you can kick back and hobby and paint and do whatever you want while you're listening along to the tunes and to the chat. So yeah,
all right.
There's
see you in
a plug for COG Pirate Radio. So yeah, if you're in it, yeah, you'll enjoy that. Right. We'll take a break. For all of you guys that are joining the Discord server, I will go in and assign you a house now so that you get in properly.
Okay. We'll see you shortly.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're continuing our Virtually Expo. We're joined by Kusala from WRKS Games. Hey Kusala, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, and thank you for having me.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. So Kusala, I want to talk to you about the Jordanheim RPG pen and paper game. What can you tell us about it? And I'll try and bring up some images and stuff while we're talking.
Yeah, so the Jordanheim RPG is our unique intellectual property, and it's as a universe, it's kind of a cross between. Well, it's based on Viking mythology and history as the grounding framework, and then from that we've extrapolated our own ideas about how magic and monsters and adventures should work in there. But if you think of Scandinavia during Viking times, then you're on a pretty good track to start with.
Cool. And what about the actual system itself, Kusala? Is there, is it its own RPG system, or is it based on a fifth ed system, or?
It's not based on Fifth Ed. So the Jotunheim RPG is actually based on a system originally created by a buddy of mine, and it's called Polyphony. And from many, many years ago, he's got his own RPG running on that as well. But a modified version of that is what came into the rule set of the Jotunheim RPG. And there's a couple of things we wanted to do with this. First of all, most of the games that we develop, no matter whatever they are really quite storytelling heavy. And as a game master who's running a game, you're telling a story. And in most RPGs, that tends to get bogged down quite a bit during combat.
Yeah.
So something we wanted to do was have a rule set that if you wanted to go the entire distance to create a really complex rule and mechanical style of game, you had that option. But at the same time, if you were new to RPGs and you wanted to get started quickly and be fluid and prioritize the story, you had that option too.
Yeah.
So one of the nice things about this particular system is the fact that combat is very fluid. We do use the full plethora of dice, but there's not much rolling to be done. The mechanics are quite simple. You can use a single roll to do a check whether or not your attack has hit. That same roll will determine whether or not the other person can defend and how much damage they take and so on and so forth. So a degree of simplicity wielded in there. But other than that, it's quite similar. If you're familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, it's a similar style of tabletop RPG, but simpler.
Yeah. So in terms then of the main gaming points of this system, it seems as it's a faster game to play, perhaps. Yeah.
It is a faster game to play. I tend to find that one thing where, from a design point of view, I think we haven't quite nailed it yet in this iteration is getting people up and running perhaps a little bit faster. Because as with most rule books, you can easily get bogged down into the rule book itself. And we've tried to provide quick start guides, pre-generated characters, combat scenario examples to get people just up and running quickly. But there will in our playtesting, there was still a tendency for people to get roped into the lore, to get roped into the rule set, and then get bogged down in that a little bit too much instead of actually getting going.
Yeah.
So I think that's still a challenge we've got, something we need to address with the next iteration. But everything you need to really get started fast is there. And we've got like basically a quick start guide to get you up and running quickly.
So if folk want to get involved in this over the course of Virtually Expo, what events and demos do you have running?
We've actually got 2 running per day. 2 running on Saturday and 1 running on Sunday, and you'll find them on the events page. If you just search for the word Jotunheim on the UK Games Expo site, you'll find it. And it's actually being run by the writer who wrote the RPG as well, Dan Cross. So he's going to be doing it himself. So you'll get to meet him as well. And we're going to be running them on Roll20. I think it's 4 to 6 people per session. You can either, if you have a Roll20 account, you can sign up directly for an event, or just swing by our Discord and holler at us, and we'll get you signed up.
And that's completely free. People can get involved in that free of charge. Yeah.
Doesn't cost a penny.
Awesome. Awesome.
I love games like that where you can just dive in and start learning a game and be exposed to a world, and then from there you get hooked and dragged right into it, which is fun.
So in terms then of the Viking mythology and stuff like that, can you describe the world a little bit? Like, is it gritty? Is it realistic? Is it very fantastical? Or what direction did you take it?
It's quite realistic. So at base, I would say it's a low magic world. So think more Lord of the Rings oriented. The magic is there and it's powerful. So if you look at the land itself, it is Scandinavia during that time. And the visual of the land, if you look at the map, for example, is quite recognizable. We've pulled some geographical features that are consistent: large cities, large blocks of areas. We have the Norway, the Sweden, the Denmark, Finland. The way magic works is that the entire pantheon is there that you would expect from Viking mythology, and you get magic from the gods. And magic is heavily centered around women. So the witch or the female character of the magic user is the one that is closest to the gods in the form of channeling the magic, and magic manifests itself in different ways in different parts of the land. So if you go right back to the creation myth, if you will, of the land, there was no separation between man and God. They walked the land equally. And as the historical timeline progresses and man started to carve his own sense of himself, he started pushing at the boundaries of magic. So the magic, everything related to mythology, fled to a degree to something called the Shroud, which is an alternative plane that lies sort of on top of the world.
Yeah.
It's not a physical thing, but you can kind of enter it and exit it. And it's more a case of the creatures of mythology and the gods and the magic sort of receding to find its own safe place where it could exist. And over the course of the history, there's been battles between man and creature and myth and legend. And some parts of the land have separated themselves very heavily. So we have the challenging movement, which at the time of human history, where this was happening, what was happening was that Christianity was starting to encroach into Scandinavia and was challenging the older gods and the pantheon with the one god religion. And we have a similar concept happening in Jotunheim, where in the southern parts, close to where Denmark is, close to the mainland of Europe, Christianity is starting to take a hold.
Yeah.
And they pretty much pushed magic out of the area. It's the equivalent of modern times in Denmark. You've got an economy, you've got a ruling class, you have social structures, magic is frowned upon. It's a low magic part of Jotunheim. And Sweden winds up being the more balancing act between the two. The Norge region is akin to the elves. They are very close to the magical world. They're shut off from the rest of the world, including the rest of Jotunheim. They feel like they've kind of cracked the right definition of society and lifestyle, and it's a superior choice, and they simply don't need foreigners. And Suomi, the area that is Finland today, has gone in completely the opposite direction. They are still, as they were in the olden times, very, very close to the gods and the mythology. They live side by side, they interact, they mate, they do all of that. So you'll have like demigods wandering around the Suomi region that will never show up in the Denmark region. So you have this really broad world in which to create storytelling games. And the core rulebook is a whopping 174-page extravaganza to start you off with, to get you started with a really broad palette and for you to build from there. And then we're going to follow on with 2 additional books next year, which is the World Book and the Monster Manual, which will then flesh out the other areas.
It's an incredible dynamics here between... I'm a massive fan of the Viking style and Viking era stuff. So having that dichotomy, I suppose, between those that have maybe went on to embrace Christianity and social structures versus those that are still in touch with the gods. You know, this is really, really interesting. You know, the potential that opens for your role playing and for your interaction among characters.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the Viking mythology is something that's so deep and so rich. You know, are you going to play that character who's given up, went to Christianity, or are you going to be tied to the old spirits of the land? Are you going to be praying to the spirits of the fields and the woods in hopes that they're going to, you know, grant their blessings so that you can travel safely, get a good crop, things like that?
Yeah.
You know, I absolutely love that aspect of the Norse pagan mythology.
Do the whole Ragnar Lothbrok thing, Justin, where we embrace it all and just hope for the best.
Warren, let's be honest. If I was alive in Viking times, I would be a slave.
Yes.
And you would most likely be a jarl, and I would be your slave.
Yes.
It's one of the nice things about this, the way we've constructed this, is this thing you guys touched on there, is that the role-playing aspect is immense. Because you have the many different groupings and thought processes, and then you have those that challenge that as well. So let's say you have a party that contains a hermedur, which is the equivalent of like a professional soldier, but is trained part of the Christian militia, who has then decided to leave that and go off on an adventuring extravaganza with this motley band he's put together, and one of them happens to be a witch from Sverige that has a very close tie to the old god. You've got great role-playing potential there.
Yeah.
That and it's the dichotomy between the two religions, because Christianity, it's a very hard, it's all bound up in one book, whereas Norse mythology, it's an oral religion, so it's passed person to person. So the actual interpretations are far more fluid as to what you're doing for your different rituals and stuff. I find that really interesting.
And we've actually tried to capture that in some of the character classes, because there's not just a magic user. You can play the witch, which is kind of the closest thing to a standard magic user, where you're pulling power from the gods and channeling it into energy. There's also a class called the rune caster, which is a very specialized witch class that doesn't actually cast anything but imbues objects with magic.
like
magical armor, imbue a lock with the spell, create a trap. And then on the other side of the spectrum, there are the wild cards. You can play as a God Touch character. A God Touched is a male magic user who has channeled the magic by either because of a genetic anomaly or by virtue of actually trying to do it. But a God Touch character cannot hold on to the magic in a safe way. Progressively, he gets mad over time. So when you're playing a God Touch character, you start out knowing you're eventually going to go mad and either kill yourself or everyone else. And then you kind of need to progress from the start to that point in whatever way your character progresses.
Can I say sold? That sounds like an incredibly fun character to play.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
It's likely to be a cool character to have at the table, even though the life might be somewhat short-lived.
Creatures. Can you give us an idea of the creatures that are in the current book? And then you'd mentioned that there's a monster manual on the way.
There is indeed. Okay, so on the current book, this is actually one of the things that the playtesters came up with quite quickly. We haven't given. We've done like examples of what a creature would look like, stat blocks, and examples of how to craft a creature, but we haven't gone overboard with giving you a list of creatures. The mythology and the ecology of the land is what you'd expect. So you can expect to see the wide plethora of Viking and Scandinavian related creatures. So the basic ones like wolves and bears, elk, but then you have the dangerous ones like the trolls. And we've given a few examples of this in the book itself, but the good stuff is coming in the monster manual down the line. But between these two things, the way we're releasing the game is we have the core rule book, which is largely a good bit of lore in the world and a large bit on the actual rules of the game, a small bit on examples of items, spells, and monsters. Over the next couple of months, we're going to be releasing YouTube videos and online content that you can download completely for free, whether you bought the book or not. And we'll then start fleshing out some of these examples more clearly while you wait for the second and third book to rock up in 2021.
Very cool. Okay, here's an idea for you then, Warren. Let's say this game is going to allow you to actually go out, research your favorite Viking legends, and you've essentially now got a toolkit to build the monsters and villains from that to recreate that in an RPG.
Yeah.
Now, wouldn't that be fun to play?
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're expecting people to do. That's exactly what we're expecting people to do.
WRKS Games. I want to talk a little bit about WRKS Games. Can you tell us a little bit more about the company and what your vision for the company is?
Yeah, I certainly can. So I've been meaning to start a game company for quite some time. So depending on how far ago you were involved in the role-playing game industry, when I was a young fellow, some 25 years ago, I started one of the first ebook-based tabletop game companies around called Sylvan Publishing. This was back in the day when Monty Cook got going and Drive-Thru RPG got started and so on and so forth. We did pretty well as an ebook publisher, but I've always wanted to start a game company, like a computer game company as well. So I made one attempt at it a few years later. That didn't go very well. And I learned a few important lessons then. With that in mind, WRKS Games was started about 3 years ago with a really long-term focus. So we have a few core pillars. One of them is the fact that we only build games in our own universe. Essentially, as a company, we are a universe-building company. And Jotunheim is our first universe. Our second one is going to be announced in January. And all of the games and content that we create are focused on those universes. So inside the Jotunheim universe, we do computer games, PC and console games, the first one of which is now finishing up and coming out on the November the 4th. We do tabletop games like the Jotunheim core rulebook. We also are going to be working on a board game next year. And we have a comic out, and we have original YouTube productions underway. So animated TV series, individual episodes, and so on. So a complete plethora of content into one universe. So that's the ethos of the company, is to actually be a broad content and media producer, interactive and non-interactive, but very strongly in our own IPs and in our own universes. So in broad strokes, that's what the company is about. And today we're a relatively small unit of people from all over the world. So I am in the United Kingdom, but we're about 15 people in total. And I would say probably about 8 of them are on the regular payroll. Every single one of them are freelancers who are, in various ways, very good at what they do in their various fields. Everything from 2D artists to developers to 3D artists, music, et cetera, that we need for the work. And that's how the company intends to grow. So it's a very broad game development company designed to create original content.
Well, we have just received a very important question for you, Kosala. Can you tell us about the katana leaning up against the wall behind you?
What is wrong?
Everybody in the chat is noticing the katana.
Warren, there is nothing wrong with owning swords. I own swords.
We want to know the story of that sword, though, Kosala.
This is actually a boken, which is a practice sword and not an actual sword. It is, however, the same size and weight as an actual sword. And back in the day when I was doing various kinds of martial arts, kendo was one of the things that I practiced. And it wasn't really ever my thing for a really odd reason. It's like, I don't know whether people are familiar with kendo. Is kind of a weird martial art, because most other martial arts are about, oh my goodness, we will evolve your soul, teach you peace.
Yeah.
Kendo has nothing to do with that. It's purely competitive. It's about killing the opponent.
Yes.
All right.
And the problem is that there are some strict rules, and you don't get points unless you scream while you do the thing. I just got fed up with the screaming, to be honest. So I gave up on the kendo, but I kept up with the sword practice just because it's a very good exercise. It's actually really good upper body exercise because it's hard to wield the sword.
We're just watching the chat channel here, Kosala, and there's a wave of relief because I believe some of them were expecting you to be saying there can be only one and embark on a spate of beheadings.
Right. A little question for me then. So you've done kendo. Have you ever faced Alessio Cavatore? Because I know he used to be a practitioner as well.
Alessio?
No, I have not. My actual formal training in kendo is very short-lived.
Okay.
And because it's a funny thing when you start actually doing it, because it is not a normal thing to want to hurt someone, which is why there's the extravagant armor.
Oh yes.
It is it's incredibly absorbent. You can't feel a thing, but it is extremely hard to actually hit someone.
Okay.
Like the first month, the only thing we did was the trainer just had all of us just come charging at him and hit him really hard on the head. It took me a good 2 or 3 days to actually strike the person.
Okay.
Just within millimeters.
Yeah.
And he was always sitting there going, "Amazing control. Now hit me." And I just couldn't do it. So it was one of these things.
Well, I will now steer us back on topic.
Of course, of course. Normally it's you that segues us off.
You're launching a Works store, Kosala. What can you tell us about that?
Yes. So the Work store is an exciting endeavor. One of our more ambitious endeavors, also one of the crazier ones. So if you look at, and this is true for both the PC gaming and the tabletop gaming arena, I think over the last 20 years, the digital side of it and digital sales of it has really come up in an amazing way, which is great for independent content creators and for self-publishing, and it's been a wonderful thing. So in the PC gaming world, we have monopolies handed by Steam and Epic Games, who monopolize a good 80% of the digital distribution. They take a 30% cut. In the tabletop gaming world, we have H.io and DriveThruRPG, who DriveThru also takes a 30% cut. And whereas these guys were all instrumental in really creating the digital industry and creating that avenue for self-publishing, they've also monopolized those industry sectors quite heavily over the last 10, 15 years. And when you are, and I'm sure any independent self-publishing studio or creator can attest to this, giving up 30% of your revenue is a tough thing to do. And most independent studios do not have the kind of margins where giving up 30% of your revenue is acceptable and leads to being able to have a living wage, or leads to being able to be profitable over time. So when we started doing our publishing and utilizing these stores, we realized that A, this wasn't feasible, and B, what can we do about it? Works Games is kind of a weird thing. We have a really strong technology capability in the company. We have very strong development, like a software development capability. So we decided to work on building our own store using completely state-of-the-art technology and infrastructure and cloud services available today that those companies never had when they built their stores and their infrastructure is based on. And we thought, how far can we push this price down so we can give more money back to the creators? So we've gotten to the point where we feel that we can go as low as taking £1 per unit sold. Regardless of the price of the unit, we only need to take £1. So we're going to launch a store on the 1st of September. It's going to actively compete with DriveThruRPG, with itch.io, with Steam and the Epic Games Store across tabletop and PC gaming. We're going to start with tabletop. We're going to move into PC gaming later on in the year.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is to provide consumers with an alternative store, a competitor in the marketplace that can provide a feature set and an experience that's different from everything else out there. And then on the back end for the industry to have a store where doing paid marketing to drive traffic to that store page, or doing your active effort to drive traffic to that store page actually makes sense. Because I think today no store can effectively market every single creator on there. Creators have got to do their own marketing, including paid marketing. But if you're then driving that traffic to a store that takes 30%, you've got the paid marketing cost, the 30% cut, and then your revenue, you'll have nothing left.
Yeah.
So we're trying to create the store that allows people to thrive as independent creators, earn a living wage off the products they sell, and introduce a feature set on both the back end and the consumer end that allows for that to happen.
See, I quite like this idea, because some of those younger games companies out there, you know, that margin that they're trying to make, that's not just their living wage. You know, that's the dream for a lot of the younger companies out there. It's also their expansion capital, their reinvestment capital.
Exactly. And it's about trying to get as much of that savings back to them as possible, because for us, the company's revenue and profit model is not based on the store. We are actually a game developer, and we have our own business model that works there. And we're actually going to be selling our products on the store as well. So the store has a few things. I mean, there's a couple of things I'm trying to do with this. One of them is creating a really cutting edge feature set for both the consumer market and the developer market, but actually also, you know, providing services that no one else can provide, that can only happen through our store. And also trying to change some behaviors, because I think Steam and DriveThru are both in ways reasons why small studios think they need to underprice their products. Because if you're selling with 30,000 other products and somebody's priced at, you know, £9, and you as an independent creator think your product needs only to be worth £2 in order to sell, that is not true. And in the PC gaming world and in the tabletop gaming world, we know that the £9 to £19, the premium indie market, is actually where most units and most money is made. And people are actively underpricing their products because they think they have to make it possible to sell them. So we're going to, and some of this behavior is learned behavior from how the stores are acting today. And what we're trying to do is try to unravel this.
Yeah.
So on the user facing end, there's a couple of interesting things about the store. Every single category page is randomized. We have no top lists. We have no bestsellers. We don't push anyone based on existing success. Every single time you go to the store and hit, let me go to the horror category or the RPG category, that page you see is completely randomly generated. So no matter how many products are on there, your product has an equal amount to be discovered as any other product by any consumer. So that's the first thing. The second thing we're going to do is not allow sales. There will be no sales. We are assisting the creators with pricing their products fairly, and we are encouraging consumers to pay the price that the product is actually worth, and trying to school them out of the sale mentality. Because we come to a point where for many of the digital stores, consumers are basically just waiting for a sale to happen because they know one is coming. And it's not because they think the product isn't worth the price. They're just being schooled to wait for it.
Yeah.
And we're not going to have any form of discounts or sales at all. We're encouraging creators to price their product fairly and treat their consumers fairly, and also telling the consumers to treat these hardworking developers and creators fairly and buy the product at a fair price so they can continue to build another great product down the line.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, disruptive strategy for sure. Right.
Indeed.
We're having people asking about the Yordheim RPG. Is the book available at the moment? If you bring up the web page there, Justin, I know that people can go to jordanheim.com.
Correct.
And the trailers and information is there. And I think if you click the shop, the core rulebook is available there. The core rulebook can be bought at the moment, yes?
Yes, it can. The core rulebook is indeed out, and when we have launched the work store, it will appear exclusively on our store only, but that page will link to it.
Yeah.
You can buy it right now on the existing jordanheim.com site.
Grand. Kosala, look, thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure hearing your plans. We will be keeping in touch to find out more about Jordanheim and especially these next 2 expansions. So definitely keep in touch.
I most certainly will. Thank you again for having me. Have a most excellent evening.
Oh, we will indeed. We will indeed. Okay, guys, we'll be right back with you. We want to tell you about some live entertainment. So there's a lot of live stuff going on this weekend. Here is just some of it.
And we are going to be part of Virtually Expo.
We've missed touring this year, we've missed hanging out with people after the shows, but most of all, we've missed the board games community because you guys are amazing.
Yeah, well, the way we've been getting through lockdown is by doing shows online. So it's really exciting that we get to do one at Expo this year. It's one of our favourite gigs of the year, and to be part of such a lineup of cool stuff.
Absolutely, and in fact, it's 2 of our favourite gigs of this year because we're going to be on Friday 21st and Saturday 22nd of August doing full hour-length shows, and you can bet we'll be signing up to everything else to be in the audiences too, because it's great.
Yeah. Our shows are free, so if you have friends who you know would like Jolly Boat but have never been able to make it to a show, like when you're actually physically at Expo, there is no time to do everything there. So this is a perfect occasion to bring them along, come and watch a free online show.
And hopefully they'll find something they love, because, you know, we love us.
We do. See you there.
Is it over? Lockdown's finished? Is it safe? Ah, greetings. I'm Tragard from Nightmare Live. Join me at the Virtually Expo this August. Click the link below for your badge. We can play the great game of luck and chance. 2 meters, Pickle.
Hi guys, and welcome back. Jordanheim then.
Yeah, I am a huge Vikings fan. I was watching Real Vikings recently on Amazon, which is where I got those little tidbits from. It's a great series. They actually bring in some of the characters from Vikings, the TV show, and actually take them to Viking locations. Rollo actually got to visit the real Rollo's grave.
Right.
It was really cool. Highly recommend to watch.
There you go. Right. Let's have another browse around and see what is coming up over the course of the next hour or so. So if you cut to that, we can have a look. So on the main stage with ourselves, we've an interesting one coming up, actually. So at 10 o'clock, we're going to be having a chat with Korea Board Games. We've got Moon and Sam joining us. They have a couple of beautiful games that I want you guys to have a look at. So if you're around, definitely pop in for that. We have on the Toot stage, so there's still the live podcast about RPGs for parents
still
is
running,
still running. And coming up at 10 o'clock, we have Flintlocks and Fireballs. That sounds interesting, Justin.
Yeah.
They're running a live session of their actual play RPG. You can join it on Twitch and get in and watch that one. So if you fancy watching the Flintlocks and Fireballs, that's coming up at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and if you think you're not going to make it, don't forget, add it to your schedule, and chances are you will be fit to view it tomorrow and Sunday as a replay.
If you know anything about Flintlocks and Fireballs, but stick it into the chat there, because I'm seeing people posting it is basically Napoleonic D&D. That sounds amazing, man.
Warren, I'm having flashbacks to Waterloo.
Oh, dude, we could totally do it. Wouldn't it be amazing to have an RPG session where Wellington and Napoleon are face to face?
Right. Well, here's a question for you: if you had to take part in it, which of the factions would you jump in on?
Oh, I'd be the French every time, man.
You see, I'd be the Prussians. I get to sleep in.
No. No, I'd be the French.
Okay,
and
cool.
I'll tell you why I would be the French. It's obvious why I would be the French, because they had the best military music, man. Yes. The French military marching songs were. top notch.
There have been times within this office where from nowhere I hear French battalion marching music just blasting out of a room, and it's just like, Warren watched Waterloo again. Okay.
Yeah, and you will find me marching around the studio like a Napoleon. Oh man.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a Napoleon until you turn me off.
That was terrible.
That was a shocking one. Okay, right. Let's have a look at the live event. So coming up at 10 o'clock, we have the Dark Room.
The epic, fabulous Dark Room.
Yeah.
And because it's the late night one, I'm quite sure this is not the Safe for Kids one.
Yeah, so that will definitely be one to tune in. We should be reaching out now and saying, delay until 11 o'clock whenever we can watch. And
well, hang on, it might be the Dark Room till you die, because they do that as well at Expo, where they will just keep going till the crowd is dead.
Oh, well, there you go. Right, other than that then, over on the exhibitor side of things, we have the CGE Under Falling Skies playthrough. That's on at the moment, and that's going right through to 11 o'clock, guys. Know Your Gear Locks with Liz Davidson. Now that's an interesting one from Chip Theory Games. Let's have a look at what that's about. So it's a pre-recorded program. I don't know anything more about it, but it looks like get to know your characters better than ever before.
Yeah, we've got some stuff coming in from HABA, one of the best early learning games companies out there.
Yes, so they've got a Fiverr Finden play along. We have a hyper. Oh no! Here we go. Hyper Tellerunians.
Go on.
Hyper Tellerunians live demo. So it's a short science fantasy game. Ye Grand Art Fair miniature showcase from the Bar Pig Tavern.
Bar Pig are always a fun crew to check out.
Yeah, absolutely. And then rocking in between 9:30 and midnight, we have Hell, the Last Saga, the Expedition scenario. Super Fantasy Brawl kicking off around 10 o'clock.
There's a couple of Super Fantasy Brawls kicking off around 10 o'clock.
And then D&D. So a D&D is kicking off at 10 p.m. So it's coming up at Knights of the Evening Star. So this is an official D&D actual playthrough with the DM Mark Hulmes. And there's one for us, Justin. Reichbusters.
Yep, huge fan of Reichbusters. I love the gameplay. I love the game style. If it's a game you've been curious about, this is one for you definitely. Check out and watch.
Reichbusters is a super game.
Yeah.
It is really, really good.
Warren with grenades.
So you can check out Reichbusters. And then Chip Theory Games are kind of, maybe closing us out. We've only certain visibility. There might be a little bit more later on, but they've got their November Kickstarter reveal. Burn Cycle. Burn Cycle.
Sounds interesting.
Right, back over to our chat.
Okay.
So let me go into the Discord as well. Okay. Right, I'm in the Discord. However, I'm in the wrong Discord. Okay, so give me a second to get into the right Discord.
Well, on the right-hand side, that's all of your people attending. That's not your Discord servers. It's the left-hand side you want.
Okay, so where are we? Virtually Expo. There we go.
Okay.
And into the main stage, number 3. Right, okay. I feel like giving away another prize, Justin.
Can I make a suggestion for this one?
Yeah, absolutely you can.
Right, so we all know that everybody's at home.
Yes.
So I want to see what games people are maybe playing while they've got Expo on in the background, or what hobby they're working on while Expo is on in the background to win a prize.
So go into the main stage on the Discord, okay? If you haven't joined up yet, take a moment, join up, and post us a photograph of what you're doing this evening. Hobby-wise.
Hobby-wise, of course. Well, hobby or gaming-wise.
Hobby, but it's all the same thing, man. We'll just classify that hobby. My hobby is gaming too.
Well, some people will classify it as a separate thing. So I just want to be inclusive.
Yeah. There we go. And in the other chat, let's have a discussion.
Should be careful what you wish for, Justin.
Be separated. So it's get a photograph there into the main stage over on the Virtually Expo Discord. And we will pop out another goodie bag and some more codes for some games.
All right, here's one for you, Warren, just for us to chat back and forth about.
Yes.
What is the favourite game you have found at a convention that you've been to?
Oh man, it's a
doozy, isn't it?
That is a doozy.
I mean, like, I remember.
Drop Zone Commander.
Actually, fair point, because I remember the first year at Salute when we saw that.
Yeah. No, it's a game. It's a game that I don't want to say it's struggling now, but it's a game that lost a little bit of momentum. Okay.
It is with TT Combat now.
Yeah, it is taken up. It is still being worked on. There is still releases for it, no doubt. However, thinking back, it's a number of years ago now. I can't remember just how many years ago, but it was
2011.
It was a game of its time. It came out of nowhere, and it was
blew our minds.
It was very, very interesting. It was very interesting. It was a different scale. So it was like 10 mil.
10 mil, yeah.
It was a very different concept in terms of you carrying your troops and things like that into battles and stuff. So
the sculpts though were way ahead of their time.
Yeah.
You know, Dave, the guy that created the game, he used to sculpt individual 10 mil bootlaces onto his miniatures. That's how crazy he went.
There you go. Yeah, so that would definitely be up there in terms of games that I discovered at a convention. I'm trying to think of some others. The Ghost Hell.
There was one you found last year you got super excited about, Mob Sitters.
Yes, Mob Sitters was very good as well. That was basically like a babysitting.
You were babysitting for mobsters.
Yes.
Trying to steal everything you could, but you could sort of narc on each other.
Yeah.
Which was a lot of fun.
Definitely. Definitely one worth checking out. We have, we're starting to get a few pictures through.
Okay, well, what have we got?
We have,
some Frostgrave.
Oh, that's the Frostgrave 2nd edition.
Nice.
Yeah, so it has literally only been landing on people's doorsteps now this week. So definitely one to watch out for. I'm going to give that a thumbs up, actually. So, bing.
Yep. I'm seeing a gaming table there.
And what's he been playing here? Oh, Dracula's America.
Oh, I like the idea of this. Dracula in America?
Yes.
Very, very cool.
Yeah. I think that there's something about vampires which is all kinds of awesome. Let's be honest. It really is. Right. Guys, we have our next guest coming on in 20 minutes, so we still have plenty of time to kill. Will we have a look at another part of the expo?
Yeah, if you like.
I want to have another browse around the visitors' hall here. Okay. Oh, we have another one in. Tough Years is working on some miniatures.
Yeah, that looks like no, that's not the new Indominus ones. That's the older Necron Scarabs. So that's interesting.
That's a lot of Scarabs.
It is.
Tough Years. That is an awful. I'm going to thumbs up that one as well. That is an awful lot of Scarabs. Okay, so let's go back. Right, we are going to have another browse around the show. So let's go to the show floor. And let's see what we can find this time. Justin, I think we will have a look around the artists and authors.
Now, this is always an interesting section that you see at Expo because you have artists that are from the industry and not from the industry that will set up stands and actually do some beautiful stands showing off the artwork and stuff that they've created.
Yeah.
I love shows like this, or parts of shows like this.
Well, we have Witch and Craft Games.
All right,
that sounds interesting.
Okay.
So they've got a Inner Demons 13, or is that 12? That's 12, isn't it?
I don't know.
You don't know your Roman numerals?
No, anytime anyone talks to me about Roman numerals, you know, I just say, yeah, I've got a friend named Liv.
Right.
Come on, that was a good one.
We've got Inner Demons, a survival horror TTRPG, kickstarting at the moment. So the game, so we get to see... Oh, Justin, this is right up your street with the artwork and stuff.
Oh, it's got a really nice anime style to it. I'm digging that.
So it's over on Kickstarter. Heck, let's give them a little bit of promotion, will we?
Yeah, go for it. Let's check out the
get them
Kickstarter.
up on the Kickstarter.
So 9 days to go.
9 days to go. They're halfway there, guys.
I'm digging this artwork, man. This is speaking to me right now.
So if you want to have a look at that, go and check that out. This is what this is all about. These are small, independent creators, and this is an opportunity for them. Hey, let's be honest. This is an opportunity for small, independent creators to make their own dreams come true.
Yeah. Now, here's something really nice for this particular stand. If you want to get in contact with them, you can dive into the Discord. So with a Kickstarter running right now, if you're curious about it, you can actually get in and get talking to the team that's creating it.
Yes.
And, you know, that may just bring you on into that Kickstarter, which I like.
As well as that, look at this. They have a number of demos running right throughout the weekend.
Yes, that's how you do it.
Yeah, so if you want, you could just get into one of those demos. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's try that again and see if we can get into it.
We need more hamsters.
It's looking like we are going to need more hamsters. So yeah. Well, anyway, if you want, hop into their Discord. Okay. Right, Justin. Let's do another one.
Another one.
Authors and artists. See who else is roaming around here today.
Yeah.
Dungeons on a Dime.
Dungeons on a Dime.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
So they are role-playing games, games publisher, and artist and author. So let's see what they do. So an inclusive tabletop RPG publishing imprint, focusing on entry-level content for new players. Oh, that's interesting. So these guys are coming in.
This is for Ben.
Yep. They're making it more accessible through easy-to-use resources. Inclusively written characters and open-ended stories. They teach you skills as how to run your first game, and they create work for entry-level creators by always paying for work, giving priority to emerging illustrators, and giving them credit they deserve. Very lofty and very admirable goals to have there.
Well, this is something conventions like UK Games Expo are so good for. I mean, like I had the privilege of being on the Mythic Games stand for an event.
Yeah.
And they had artists coming up to them, having meetings with them, showing off their work. You know, and sometimes you can just see a piece of artwork and that can inspire you to create a whole new game. So having things like that, drawing in that new talent for those new gaming worlds, I love.
I'm clicking through to the Adventures on a Dime site. Let's give it a wee second to load up.
Let's have a little look. Yeah.
They might be getting a fair bit of traffic tonight as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
A very pertinent point actually from Dutch on the chat where I'm saying it's admirable goals to treat people fairly. It should be the industry standard.
Definitely.
It really should. You know, it's I completely agree with you there.
It is one of those things, when an industry becomes established, it becomes a lot more difficult for new names and new faces to break in. So having a company out there that's specifically saying, this is our goal, you should come to us, it's very clever of them and really nice.
Yeah, but you're right. Everybody should be doing it. So Adventures on a Dime, simple rules light role-playing game written with brand new players in mind. So it's good bringing in the basic concepts. Yeah, telling you about polydice. So if any of you folk have young families, this could be an ideal option. For you to have a look at and basically use as a means of
bringing them in,
introducing it.
Yeah, you can also do this. Say you have friends who you think are just on that tipping point of diving into the tabletop hobby. This is, if it's giving you easy access, lowering those barriers to entry, definitely something to check out.
Well, it's interesting actually because I bought my family. I have youngsters. I bought them the young person's D&D books. So they have Dungeons and Dragons books, little smaller ones that are more entry level, kind of aimed at young teens and tweens.
Yes, yeah.
And
well, I mean, like, I remember you had your eldest actually run a campaign for you and the family, didn't you?
Oh, she does, yes. And she's only 9 years old.
Yeah.
And she runs amazing role-playing sessions. Like, they are still role-playing sessions of a 9-year-old, but heck, you know, it's...
what is this industry if not teaching us how to tell stories?
Yeah.
You know, and being able to have rule sets and things that allow those younger kids to actually jump in and actually play in a meaningful way. I like that. You know, it's cool.
Two others that I want to have a look at, Justin. I want to have a look at Mercia Books. They must be from the Nottingham area. And I want to have a look at the Magic Haddock because
Okay.
who doesn't want to see a magic haddock? So let's start with Mercia Books, historical fiction, historical fantasy. They've got a Discord, okay?
You've got a link to the books if
Yeah.
you want to grab them.
So, wow, you can get the books for free. The Amber Treasure, Tomorrow's Guardian, and Shield Maiden. So, if any of you guys... Oh, it's Richard Denning.
Haha.
Ah, there you go. So, yeah, if any of you guys are interested in getting a bit of reading material, head on over and check out those. So a little bit of freebie, can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, now books are one of those crossovers within our industry because if you've created a game world, sometimes it's really fun just to sit back and read a story from that world as well. There are
Yeah.
so many companies that do it and do it well.
Okay, this one has completely thrown me. I've went to the Magic Haddock.
And it's empty.
And it's empty. It just says periodic tables. This could be the mystery of the weekend.
Well, this you see now. Hang on. This is something I was talking with the UK Games Expo guys about.
Right.
There are some of the badges which are hidden in the
Oh.
site.
Are there?
Yes. So the hardest one I believe to find is the Robinette's egg. So you know Robin Warrenette.
No.
All right. I hope I've said his name right. He's the man who first introduced an Easter egg into a video game.
All right.
So if you've watched a Red Ready Player One, you'll know about him. Robinette, I think, is his last name. But I believe the game was Adventure. And so way back then, Atari didn't let game designers put their names onto games.
Yes.
And so he had a key within the maze of that game where if you got it and took it back to the start, you went into a secret room where you would have his name written. Atari didn't know about it, and they sent it out to the entire world
Yep.
with this in here, and then kids started to discover it. So that is where the Easter egg origin comes from. And that is where the origin of that badge comes from.
And it's in this site somewhere.
It's in the site somewhere. The question is, as someone has said in the chat there, is this perhaps the red herring for that?
Oh,
But
could be.
if you like it, the guys said there are clues and things hanging about there. So, maybe go there, start having a look around, maybe you'll find it.
Right. Let's find one more artist. Okay.
Now, Laughing Boy, I didn't tell you where it was.
Yeah.
One more?
Right. Let me see. One other. Let's see who else we've got here. What about the Anne Stokes collection? Will we check that one out?
We actually checked out Anne Stokes last year. She does some gorgeous Gothic artwork.
So, fantasy artist bringing fantasy to life. So let's open up our website and we'll just press play on this video and see what we can see. Oh, wow.
Yeah, she had a really beautiful stand last year. It was dark, it was Gothic. You can grab all of her artwork on there. I just love this style of stuff.
That is seriously nice.
Yeah, and there is a ton of stuff in there to actually be checking out.
Connect with the art.
Oh, so there's a nice little trailer for who she is and what she does, I think, here.
Her house is amazing. Oh, Anne, what an incredible place you live in. I like your outfit too.
Very Skyrim.
Oh, yes. Yep, definitely, guys. One worth checking out. That was a bit weird, but well, okay. Oh, was that Three Wolf? There you go, Justin. Three Wolf Moon T-shirt.
No moon.
All right, okay. It's just the three wolves. It lacks the moon. Therefore, it's not going to have the same magical powers for us gamers.
Old jokes
as
are
the
old.
Three Wolf Moon T-shirt. Right. Let me quickly browse to Anne's website. So if you go to annestokes.com, you've got the Meet the Artist. You can learn a little bit about Anne, and you can go into the collections. So Age of Dragons, Gothic, Fae Fairies, and the art of Anne Stokes.
Yeah.
Wow. There you go. Okay. Right, guys, we have an interesting one coming up for you. We have
Korea Board Games is coming up
Board
next.
Games. We have
Yes.
Moon and Sam. They have a couple of extraordinary looking board games. So definitely tune in for that one. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in about 9 minutes. So start your clocks. Hi guys, and welcome back. Right, we are joined by Moon and Sam from Korea Board Games. They're going to give us actually a couple of kind of insights into two games they have. Now, I've seen the video that you have just watched, and I'm thinking, wow, this looks really interesting. Hey Moon, hey Sam, welcome to Virtually Expo. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for inviting us. Thanks.
So we have a top-down camera where we can see. And do you know what? I'm just going to hand over to Moon.
Yeah. Do you want a quick reminder of something from your childhood?
Yes.
Zap. The magic hands.
Oh, yes. Moon, I'm just going to hand straight over to you, man, to take us through this this first game.
Okay, so this game is called Four Gardens. It's for ages 10 and up. It's for 2 to 4 players. Personally, I found it most fun when around 3 players play, but 2 players is still fun. 4 players is still fun. On average, it's around 45 minutes. Obviously, if it's 2 players, it's going to be a bit shorter. 4 players could be a little over, but average around 45 minutes. So this is a Euro game, and the most prominent part of this game, as you can see, is the tower, the pagoda.
Yeah.
And you could spin it on 4 levels. If you spin it on the top level, then only the top level will turn. If you spin it on the bottom level, all 4 levels will turn. So you have to collect resources and complete cards. And this unique mechanism of how the pagoda turns incorporates a lot of strategy into the game. And basically, beside the pagoda, there's a card, and then there's a scoreboard. And on this scoreboard, it's a bit zoomed out. Originally, we had another camera, but we had technical difficulties, so
we feel your pain.
But yeah, the scoreboard, there's going to be a yellow track, a red track, a purple, and a blue. And you can't see the numbers right now, but then it has numbers 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10.
Yeah,
we can see those.
Your player markers advance through these scores, and once you reach 10, the interesting thing about this scoring system is you can push them back. You can push the other player markers back. So you can play this game very passively, or you can play very aggressively. So how about I show you how the cards work?
Yeah, we'd love that.
Go for it.
Okay, so in front of Sam, there's 3 orange cards. How about Sam opens them? Yeah, as you can see with the cards beside, it's dual-sided. One side is the landscape card. The one he's showing right now is the groundwork side. So Sam has to finish this side of the card in order to complete his garden. And when he completes his garden, he can score points through combos. But then, Sam, how about you show one of the orange cards? I just want to show how sets work. So if you look at Sam's card right now, there's 3 dots on the top.
Yeah.
You can see it, and then the first dot is highlighted. It's supposed to go left to right. I think it's inverted on your screen. But I believe on your screen, the rightmost side has a bolden circle. So this means this is the first card in a 3-card set.
Okay.
If the middle circle was bolden, it means this is the second card. If the third circle was bolden, it means this is the 3rd card in the set. And when you complete sets, there's 5 of the same cards in the same position of the same set. And so you can't complete cards from the same set and in the same order. You have to complete them one by one. And the interesting thing about sets is that the scoring is retroactive. So on the top, you'll also see a purple circle. That means I score on the purple score marker. So if I score on the purple, I would move my score marker by 1. Let's say I finish another card. So let's say Sam finished the purple card first. So Sam, could you turn over the purple card? Yeah. So Sam, could you use one of the, originally we have a different score marker, but then right now it's unavailable. Could you put one of the score markers on the, one of the waters on the score marker? Yeah, one of each color. So if Sam finishes the purple card, he will advance well, in this case, the blue water marker on the purple once. By the way, they're separate score markers, but then at the moment it's unavailable, so that's why we're using the water.
Yep.
So let's say in the same set, Sam finishes the red card. If he finishes the red card, he would move the score marker by 1 on the red track. But the thing about, since it's in the same set, he gets to move purple again.
Ah.
So now if Sam finishes the blue card, he would move blue, red, and purple. So scores stack. So the sets are, there's 2-card sets, 3-card sets, 4 and 5-card sets. So obviously the bigger sets will have better score stacking. So you can play like that, but then that means that smaller sets are in a bit of a disadvantage. So to balance this out, we have these bonus tiles where if you complete a certain set, you can take one of these bonus tiles. The one Sam's holding right now is the extra storage slot, the raw points, and then we call it take a wild. We inject resources straight into the card. So basically, I just wanted to give you an overview of how the cards work.
Yep.
I'll show you how. Let's say, how about we go through a few turns, and I'll show you how the game works.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So Sam, can you put those cards, the 6 cards, into the pile and shuffle the cards? So it's a quick shuffle. Every player starts with 5 cards. So Sam would draw 5 cards. And originally, each person doesn't show their hand, their groundwork side, but we'll just show you so it's easier to explain the game. Okay, so Sam has, I believe, is that the first position for both those 2-card sets? Is it? Last position. Okay, it's inverted. So anyway, how about this time we'll go for the 2-card sets. So Sam, each turn you get to have 3 actions, and each action takes a card. Oh, and Sam, by the way, could you open 3 cards from the blind deck? And once you take 3 actions, you have to fill in your cards until you have 5 cards again. And so one of the actions you can take is lay your groundwork down in front of you. So you're basically saying, okay, I'm going to finish this card. Another action you can take. Sam, why don't you use the orange card? Yeah, how about zoom in on the orange card? On the top, you'll see a pagoda and you'll see a card. Basically, almost all cards have a card action, and almost all cards have a pagoda action. I'll show you the pagoda first. There's 4 levels in the pagoda, and then on the card, you'll see the 3rd level is highlighted. This means you turn the 3rd level 90 degrees left or right, it doesn't matter, and you'll see an arrow beside it. So the arrow goes bottom up. So basically you turn the 3rd level 90 degrees left or right, and then you collect resources. You can't skip resources. So Sam, why don't you discard that card? You discard that card with an action, and you turn the pagoda to collect resources. And when you collect resources, you can't skip. How about Sam, why don't you take a storage tile? Each player has a storage tile, and there's only 4 slots. So you have to manage your resources carefully. I can't see what Sam is looking at. So originally, each player, there's 4 sides to the pagoda. So each player will have a different side of the pagoda. So Sam, I can't see what's on your side. Could you show us on the pagoda? Yeah, so bottom up. So he would be getting 3 waters and 1 rock because he can't collect anymore. So right now he used 2 actions out of 3. Sam, can you discard any of the cards so we can distribute resources? How about show us the card? If you look at his card, there's another pagoda, but we're not gonna collect resources again. We're gonna use the cart action beside the pagoda. Basically, you discard this card for this action. So this card, and then you distribute resources from your storage to your card or between cards. You can have up to 3 open cards at one time. And there's 3 water droplets left. And usually it's a bad idea to keep resources in your storage. So in that same action, you can discard the 3 water droplets. And eventually you'll finish the card. So Sam, let's say you put another rock and a stone into that card, and you finished it. Turn it over, and then you would score red. Yeah, basically it's very simple. That's the game. There's another card. How about, Sam, can you find the take a wild action from the blind? Is there a take a wild? Oh yeah, and yeah. When your turn ends, by the way, you have to fill your cards until you have 5 cards. Your hand until you have 5 cards. Right now you have 3, so Sam will need to take 2 more cards. And he can't open the open cards until he picks out 3. So right now he picked out 5, so he gets to fill in 1 card in the open slot. And you see Sam, one of the cards that Sam got, it has a special icon. It's called Take a Wild.
Can see that.
Yeah, what this card does, it's a bit different from the pagoda. It's a little bit inefficient, but it's for emergency situations. So you can get a resource and place it directly onto one of your groundwork cards. So yeah, that's basically how the turns work. You place cards down in front of you, maximum 3. Use the pagoda or take a wild in order to collect resources, and you use cart actions in order to distribute resources.
And when you complete the resource on a card, then you get the score with that card.
Correct. And if you finish sets, you get to get bonus tiles. And you can't get the same bonus tile. So let's say Sam got a storage tile as a bonus tile for completing the 2 set. Let's say right now he didn't complete the set, but let's say he had 2 red sets, two red card sets. Let's say he finished 2 of those. He would be able to take a storage tile. But let's say he finished another set. Let's say he finished a 3-card set. He wouldn't be able to take another storage tile as a bonus tile. He'd have to pick another one.
Yeah.
And is there a maximum of 3 to the bonus tiles, or once you have 3 of them, can you then select from all of them again?
You can't. Once you have 3 bonus tiles, that's it. But usually before then or by then, the game ends.
I see.
The end condition of this game, it depends on the number of players. So if it's two players, doesn't matter if it's all sets or not. They have to finish. One player has to finish 10 cards, and then you finish the round and the game ends. If it's 3 players, it's 9 cards. If it's 4 players, then it's 8 complete cards. So
interesting.
basically,
and then
that's
the scoring.
4 gardens.
And then how does final scoring work?
You count the scores on the scoreboard. So let's say the game ended right now. It would be 3 on blue, 3 on purple, 4 on red, and 3 on yellow. So that's 9 plus 4, 13. And since Sam doesn't have any bonus tiles, it would just end at 13. But usually the average game score from my games is around 20 to 30.
Yeah.
And right now we don't have another player to show you, but then usually when you have 3 to 4 players, the game starts getting very aggressive because everyone wants to get the same colors. And once they reach 10, they push each other back. Instead of going forward once you reach 10, instead of moving 1 slot forward, you move everyone on that color 1 slot back. And once you go past 2, then they get knocked out of that color track. And once they get knocked out, they can't enter that color again. So you have to be careful to stay alive, but also be very aggressive.
Yeah.
There's an interesting depth of strategy to this, depending on what you're picking from the open, taking risks from the blind, and then deciding what you're going to work on. Also trying to guess out where is your opponent going to turn the pagoda to give them more resource and maybe deny you resource. I like it.
It strikes me that you can be strategic even in how you turn the pagoda.
Yeah.
Because
as you're turning, that's you generating your resources that you're then going to build in.
But you could also deny your potential opponent resources.
Because there are some blank sides on the different resources I can see from here.
Yeah, the sides are 0, 1, 2, and 3 for each resource.
Yeah.
So basically, you can kind of peek over and see what the resources are on the sides. So you have to kind of see what resources you need and kind of also see what the other players need. Each player plays a bit different. I personally don't look at the pagoda so much. For me, I try to make my hand so that I have a lot of options. So I always try to have one card that I can put down, and for my other cards, I usually try to get different directions on the pagoda, like turn the first level, turn the fourth level, collect top, bottom up. But yeah, everyone's different.
Now, here's a question. In your resource pals, if a resource pal runs out, now I'm sure it's probably engineered in the game that it doesn't really happen, can you draw more, or is it just a limited resource within those pals?
It's a limited resources. The resources are limited in that pile, but then we've never had a game where it actually runs out.
Yeah, I was just thinking that with the returning resources after you're done, you're not really going to have someone hoarding a ton of resources.
Yeah, once you finish the card, you return the resources into the pile, so you'll have to return it, so there's no way that it'll run out.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating system. I've got to say, it's very innovative. It looks like one of those games that really, the more you play it, the more you get into it. It really is quite zen in that respect.
It looks like you can have a real depth of strategy, like I said earlier. I mean, like, for me, the way I normally play games, I would probably look at the pagoda a lot more. Because if I see someone that's maybe in that 10 slot, I'm going to want to start denying them resources. So I'm assuming the person sighting at the table versus their sighting on the pagoda determines what they're receiving in a turn.
Yeah, the side that you're facing on the pagoda, that's the resources that you collect.
Yeah, so there's where that depth of strategy comes in there. If I start turning all the zeros to maybe, say, your side, Warren, if I notice you're in a strong position and you're about to start knocking me back, maybe out of a track, if I can deny you the resources I see on your open cards, then I can stop you knocking me out. Very interesting and deep.
Yeah. Well, so that's 4 gardens. Is there anything more to show us on that, Moon, or do you want to move on to your next game?
I think we can move on to fruit picking. It's a pretty simple game. I mean, it's not that hard to learn. But then 4 gardens, the nice thing about it is that there's different strategies to it. You can go with a 4 or 5 card set or the small set, like 2 or 3 card sets. So every time you play, you can have a different strategy. So
well, look,
that's
we'll
it.
take a very quick break just to let you guys get set up, and then we'll come straight back to you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Hi guys, and welcome back. Right, before we move on to fruit picking, we do see some of you asking, does the pagoda pack down?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we show you the box?
Yeah,
okay?
sure.
So if you guys have the box of 4 gardens there, why don't we show them what's in it?
So this is the box of 4 gardens, and once you open it, you can easily pack in the pagoda back again. For the pagoda, everything's flat. It's paperboard, but then once you assemble it, you can just slot it in, and we'll just show you right now. So there's 4 levels to each pagoda. You can disassemble it and put each level of the pagoda into those 4 slots on the left and right.
Nice.
This is nice because you don't actually have to break the pagoda down after you build it for the first time. You just take the levels apart by the look of that. Is that correct, guys?
Yeah, that's correct. So there's a lot of inserts, but then, I mean, it's very, very easy to carry around, and you can just, once you assemble it, it's easy. You can take it out, put it back in, and yeah, that's how you can replay.
I love that. That's a beautiful piece of design right there. Right, okay. So, yes, guys, is the answer to that. The pagoda does break down, but it doesn't have to break completely down fat. They've already thought of that in the box design.
And that cuts down your setup time.
It does. Right, next up we have fruit picking. So, Moon, what can you tell us about fruit picking?
So this is a lot simpler. It's still strategy, but it's a Mancala type game. And basically you're all farmers and you're trying to grow fruit and sell fruit into the market island. So let's say player 1 is orange, player 2 is purple. What player 1 would do is they would get these farm cards. They're more like tiles, but we call them farm cards. And it's for each fruit. And the first player would distribute these cards into the personal board. The center board is the market, and the boards on the left and right are for the players. So orange player would be on the board with the orange seeds. The purple player would be on the board with the purple seeds.
And so how many players max?
4 players max. There's even a single player option, but we'll get into the multiplayer rules for this one.
Yeah.
So Sam, can you distribute on the orange for the orange player? And when the game starts, before the game starts, on the first 3 tiles from the top, after the top, you have to distribute 2 seeds. So just to give you an overview of the orange player's board, on 12 o'clock, it's the harvest house. It's basically your bank. You need to put seeds into that slot on the top in order to buy fruits on the market island, which is the center board. And after that, it's plum, raindrops, strawberry, pineapple, banana, and pear. So yeah, right now the screen's inverted, but it should be clockwise. It's 2 on the pear, 2 in banana, and 2 seeds in the pineapple. And each player will emulate this order. How about you do that for the purple player? There's variant rules where players can distribute these round farm cards differently, but the standard rules are everyone follows the first player.
So whatever way the first player lays out his farm, the other players then follow that.
Correct. This is the standard rules. You can play variant rules where everyone's random.
Yeah.
And then 2 seed cubes on everything, yes?
Yes. And just for the people who might not know how Mancala works, I'll just give an example. Let's say I'll pretend that I'm playing already. I'll take 2 seeds from the pair, and I'll distribute them clockwise. The screen's inverted, so it would go banana and pineapple.
I believe our screen is not inverted. So that's what you're seeing.
Maybe it's just for us then.
Possibly.
Okay, then it's clockwise. Just in case there's any confusion.
Yeah.
So the last seed landed on the pineapple. This is your active farm. And this is how you grow seeds. If you look at the fruits, certain fruits have 1 fruit and certain fruits have 2. The strawberry has 3 strawberries. So the number of fruits that are drawn, that's how many seeds you can grow the last seed lands there. So last seed landed on pineapple. So you would add one seed from your storage, which is the middle of the board, and put it into pineapple. So this is how you grow seeds. Let's say I take the pineapple, then it would be the next player's turn. But just to explain it further, I'll keep playing as the orange player. Let's say you take the pineapple and then distribute the seeds one by one. You always have to go in order and you can't skip. The last seed landed in your bank. Now you have one seed to buy the fruits. But there's one special rule about having your last seed land in the harvest house. If it lands there, then you can go again. Your turn repeats. So I can pick a group of seeds and distribute again. So let's say I choose the banana. And I distribute them 1, 2, 3. And then, because there's 2 raindrops, I would add 2 seeds. I would add 2 seeds into that farm card. And you keep growing resources like this and adding seeds to your harvest house. And now I'll tell you how you win the game. In the center board, the market island board, maybe you could zoom in on it. The end conditions are written on the top corners. On the top left, you'll see a full house. Is it? I'm not sure. It's not inverted, right?
No, it's not
not for
inverted
us.
for us. No.
Okay. So the top left, you'll see a full house. On the top right, you'll see 3 pairs. On the bottom, you'll see one of each card. And then on the other, you'll see a flush. So it's different types of sets you can collect. Whoever collects this first is declared the winner. So it's a race to get these fruits. So for example, one player could get, let's say, 3 plums and let's say 2 pineapples. That would be a full house because that's 3 of one fruit and 2 of another. Then the end condition would be triggered and that person would be the winner. So how do you buy cards? Well, okay, let's go back to the orange player. Let's say I add 1 seed on the plum into the harvest house and I get to go again. And then now I get the raindrops, the seeds in the raindrops, there's 4, and I move it to the banana. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now by the way, when you buy cards, the last card that you land on, you know how I mentioned that's how you grow seeds?
Yes.
It's your active farm. There's one other function of the active farm. You have to land, you can only buy fruits on your active farm. So originally, in a normal turn, I would have added 2 seeds into the banana because that's the last card that I landed on. But in this case, if I want to buy, I don't add seeds. Instead, I would take 2 seeds from the harvest house and put it back in my storage. I would discard all my seeds in my active farm, which is the banana. And then I would take the banana on the market island board. Oh, sorry. I thought it was inverted. Anyway, Sam, could you just switch the banana with a pear? I thought it was screen's a bit small on my end, so I thought it was inverted. But anyway, so let's say the board was like this, then I would be able to buy the banana. And the price of each fruit is the number of fruits drawn. There's 2 bananas, so the price is 2 seeds. For the plum, there's 2 plums, so the price is 2 seeds. For strawberry, it's 3 strawberries, so 3. For pear, it's 1. Sam, could you show the market island board one more time so I could show the taxes? If you look at the bottom of the board, there's going to be a question mark. And if the card's under this slot, then you just pay the number of fruits that are drawn, that are shown. But beside that, you'll see a slot where it says a question mark card plus a seed.
Yes.
That's a tax. It's a premium. And basically that means you need to pay 1 more seed. The one beside that means 2 more seeds. The one on the corner means that you need to add 3 more seeds as a tax. Right. So example, if the banana was on the 3 plus question mark card, you would have to pay 5 seeds instead.
And those come from your house?
Sorry?
The extra seeds you're paying, those come from your house or your farm?
From your harvest house in your personal farm, in your personal board.
Got it.
Player board. Yeah. Okay, Sam. Thank you. So basically, why this is significant, when you buy a card, you draw a new card into that slot. But before you draw, you have to always shift the cards into the cheapest slot.
Yeah.
So let's say, why would you buy the expensive ones? As I mentioned earlier, you have to complete sets to win the game. Let's say I have enough seeds to buy, let's say, the pair this time. Let's say I buy the pair.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would move it to the orange player board, and then I would move the cards and then shift it. It's very inefficient, but you would do this because you want to deny other people from buying cards, or you really want to finish your set.
Yeah.
And with 2 players, you won't notice it as much, but with 4 players, you have basically 3 players playing against you, and vice versa for everyone's situation.
And how many cards are in a set? When you talk about a set, are you talking about like all the banana cards, or a set of banana cards, or a set of pair cards, or what represents a set?
Okay, Sam, could you show the Market Island board again? On the corners of this board, the end conditions are drawn. So if you look on the top, there's going to be 2 green cards and 3 yellow cards. That's one set. It doesn't have to be banana. It can be 3 strawberries and 2 pineapple if you want.
Yeah.
It just means 3 plus 2. That's a set. The one beside that is 3 pairs. The one beside that is 4 of one card, 4 of one type of fruit. And the last one is 1 of each type of fruit. So 5 different fruits. If you collect that, then you win.
Yeah. So on the card then is a color, yes?
No. So it doesn't matter which of the fruit cards it is. It's just, so for
color
say
doesn't
this
matter.
one in the bottom left, that's 1 of each type of fruit. On the next one in the bottom right, that's 4 types of one fruit. In the top right, that's 2 of one fruit, 3 of another. And then in the top left, that's 3 of 2 individual types of fruit.
Right.
So it doesn't seem to matter which type of fruit or which color the fruit is. It's just making those consistent sets of types.
Those combinations.
Yes, of the types. Have I got that right, guys?
You have, perfect.
Wow.
So yeah, the game's pretty simple. You just pick up seeds, distribute, and then grow your seeds, and then make sure they go into your harvest house, and buy fruits from the Market Island board, which is the center board, and make sure you get sets before the other players.
I love this game.
It's really interesting.
It's beautifully elegant.
Yeah, the resource generation aspect of this is very, very cool.
Yeah.
And if you're playing a variant where you're actually changing up the fruit locations within the farm, it really changes the starting strategy of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
I mean,
beautifully
the
elegant
strawberry
game.
is the most efficient one, right? Because it's 3 seeds. So most people try to go for strawberries first. Not buying strawberries, but grow their resources on the strawberry.
Yeah, so you generate your resources from strawberries and then spread out from there to buy your next resources. I like it.
Let me just to clarify. So there's a solo version of this game, and then it's a 2-player, 3-player, 4-player, yeah?
Yeah, 2, 3, 4 players the same rules, and then single player has its own set of rules. It's more of a solitaire version, but then we'll have to kind of get into it. So the solo rules are actually on our website on our video. So the tutorial's there if you're interested. But today it's a bit too much, so we'll go with 2 to 4 player rules.
No problem.
Okay.
No problem, man. That is
Yeah,
it's just so beautifully elegant. It's it's like the game. It's like a ASMR. I'm just feeling so chilled just watching it. It's beautiful.
Again, it's another very zen game because there's no trash talk. There's nothing like that. It's just you're looking at your resources. What can I generate? Trying to look at what your opponent has. What's the possibility of their generation in the next turn?
Yeah.
And do I want to strike out against them and deny them a resource, hoping that it won't come back out again? But if it does, it's going to be super expensive for them. So I can buy myself time to actually build my sets. Really nicely done.
Yeah. Guys, Moon, thank you. Sam, thank you so much. Now, there's some winter releases coming that you can tell us about, yeah?
Yeah. We actually have a lot of releases that are coming out. We have around, depends on our schedule, but at least for fall, we're going to have 5 games coming out. Sam's going to show the boxes. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Two of the boxes. Probably it's better to wait and then show. So we'll show you about 3 games then.
Okay.
And just explain it briefly. Let's help Sam get set up. And one of them is a memory game, one of them is a dueling game, and one of them is a pattern matching game. The first one we're going to show is called Firefly Dance. So basically, for this game, it's a memory game where well, it's kind of hard to do it without showing like the components, but it's a battery. The battery is not included, but you need to insert batteries into a magic wand. And once you do that, you touch it on the back of the firefly.
Oh.
And once you do that, it'll light up. Like so. And there's different firefly colors. So there's yellow, blue, green, and red. So you have to roll the dice and then move around the board and see which color you have to guess. And then once you guess it correctly, you get gems, and whoever has the most gems wins. And to make the game more diverse, basically, you would switch the order of the fireflies. And there's also, when you roll the dice, there's also a phase where you have to draw a card. And on the card, you have to get a certain order of fireflies. So let's say one of the cards, this one has 3 fireflies. You'd have to get yellow, green, and blue. And once you get that correctly, then you would get 3 gems instead of 1. So it's a simple memory game, but once you're talking with your friends and then you try to remember what colors these are, you'll forget. Yeah. But yeah, it's a cute little game called Firefly Dance.
Okay, so that's game number 1.
Quite a cool concept.
The next game I want to show is Mine Deeper. It'll take some time to set up, so I'll just show you. Maybe you could show the back side of the box. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so the objective of this game is basically Battleship plus Minesweeper.
Oh, interesting
It's
combo.
dual-sided, so it's a 2-player game. You have to get 5 red gems from the opponent. So how it's set up on the opponent's side of the wall is different from your side. And if you see at the bottom of the box, you'll see a card, and you basically set up your board as is shown on your card, and then you have to get as many red gems from the opponent as possible. And at first it's guessing, but there's a bit of intuition, because you'll see there's yellow and purple gems. Yellow means north, south, east, west. There's 1 red gem. Purple gem means there's 2 red gems, north, south, east, or west. And then you first guess, and then after that you deduce where the red gems are.
Gotcha.
And then
This is where the Minesweeper element comes in, yeah.
So it's a simple game, but it's very addictive, because then it's, Battleship. Who doesn't like Battleship?
Yeah.
It's got kind of a
Okay,
mild
and the last-
gotcha feeling to it.
The last game I want to show you is called Monster Dentist. Yep, and then we'll show the back of the box. This is right now. This is a prototype, so the box is not finished yet. But basically, we have dentist mirrors on this. Maybe we can't set up the whole thing, but we'll just show you the dentist mirror. And then basically players would put the dentist mirror in the monster's mouth. And then under the mouth, there's a place where you stack cards. And then you can see the bottom of the card. And then you have to match patterns. Basically, it's that kind of game. It's a pattern matching game. It's a prototype, but...
these are so innovative, man. I'm absolutely loving this.
Yeah, we have a couple of other games, but then at the moment they're like Monster Dentist. They're at the prototype stage. So if you check out our YouTube channel, videos will keep going up. So yeah,
there we go.
Stay tuned.
Moon, Sam, thank you so much for joining us this evening. That was absolutely wonderful. Right, guys, if you want to find out a little bit more, you can go to koreaboardgames.com
/_ENG.
And all of the information is there. Right.
Or you can check out our YouTube channel, KBG Publishing. So that's where the tutorials are.
Okay, KBG Publishing on YouTube. Right. That wraps up our coverage for Friday night.
Yep.
We are back online 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, UK time. We have a full stack of interviews. We're going to be kicking off with, hopefully, with the guys from Mythic Games.
Yep. I think we've got a grand total of like 12, 13 interviews to get tomorrow.
So as well as that, we'll continue a little tour of the Virtual Expo. We'll see what else is coming up. In the meantime, though, just before we go there, let's have a look once again, just at the what is coming up. So hang on, I will find my link. It's not that one, it's that one. Okay, so on the Toot stage coming up, we have Crazy Killing Machine are going to be discussing Keyforge. So if you're interested, you can get in and have a look at that. Live events, the dark room is still running. And then from the exhibitors, we have Karuba, which is from Haba, up until midnight. And then another demo of Hyper Tellurians. Right, that wraps us up. Thank you so much for everybody who's joined us tonight on either the chat or in the main stage in the Discord. Reach out, enjoy each other, because that's what Expo is all about. Myself and Justin are going to call it a night, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Okay, enjoy your Expo.